Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, April the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, PJ. All right, guys. So a little excitement this morning with a real cheap one, this EVOC. Yeah, I haven't seen that one for a long time. Used to see this one quite often. EVOK. Anyway, big pop up. It started at 40 cents. We're now up 187%. It's not a crazy low float, 32 million. As Zach pointed out, we're just kidding, Zach, of course, the market exclusivity, and that was granted by the FDA, market exclusivity for their product. So very cool. I mean, holding over one, my whole thing up at something like this is it popped over one, it came right back down underneath one, down to 93 cents. Minute it goes over one again, I usually take like an attempt at it, and now I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I mean, it's certainly obviously over the 200-day moving average. Just want to see how much further this can go. It might turn into just a very quick scalp or something more. The daily chart, of course, it's exploded up over all this, so that doesn't matter anymore. On the weekly chart, this is the next area, 135, $1.35 approximately. So that's the next high in the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least that is a maybe a potential target. So that is the EVOK. Now, interesting to me, the NKTX. I am a little surprised they did a financing so soon. You could almost predict these things are going to do a financing, but I am a little surprised they did it so soon. What's interesting to me is it's holding over the financing very well. The financing is at $15, and I think they did a heck of a job. I mean, the high was 18 or so, almost 19. To do a financing at 15, I think it's a heck of a job. They raised $200 million. That's a whack of money. And they basically saved themselves about 13 million shares, because I think it was 13 million shares they issued to raise approximately $200 million. If they'd done it down here, they would have had to raise, it would have been about 25 million shares. So they saved themselves having to issue another 13 or so. So that's, I think they did a heck of a job to be able to convince people to do this financing. We've got some very aggressive price targets put on this, anywhere from 38 to all the way up to I think 82. So have to see what happens going forward. You see what it did. It hit right into the 200-day moving average before it stalled. And that is the NKTX. And sorry, AVDL. I think it's come right back down. AVDL. AVDL. No, actually, it's still hanging in there. AVDL. So trying to see if they had any news on it. Receives a buy. All right. Okay. So Needham. I didn't see that at the beginning. Receives a buy from Needham. I don't know if they have put a price target on it, but that's the big deal from this one. I mean, this one just got hit hard yesterday, but nice recovery. Yeah, WBD is taking it on the chin right now. WBD. It's an earnings play. Okay. Earnings play. That's its first earnings, I think, since it's spin off and all. So WBD is an earnings play. And it is slip sliding away on earnings. It's almost well, not quite. The all-time low, I guess, is down here. Okay, GMDA. GMDA, I know it was near the 200-day moving average. GMDA. So it's got rejected at the two. Shoot, that was shortable for me too. Yeah, got rejected. Not quite. It got a little pop over the 200-day moving average, but there it is, 379. It took it out, and now it's just sliding. And this had some kind of FDA press release. FDA lifts the hold on its GDA 201, so it can start its trial again, I guess. But market is reacting very well at the beginning, and now they don't care. Always the SMA, simple moving average, and always the daily chart. Okay, for me, I'm always talking about the 200-day moving average on a daily chart. This one was wild for a bit. The JZXN, but it's fallen right back down. Not right back down, but it's fallen. Yeah, some kind of a deal enters into an equity acquisition to acquire automobile sales service shop operator. So that was the news. That is a low float. China stock, of course, and that is low float. So we'll see what happens once this market opens, see if it can regroup. The problem is all this up here, 196. You just look at that daily chart, a lot of action right up here. And now, granted, it did get above that, but it's sitting right there now. So we'll have to pop through that again. PII. Haven't seen this one for a long time. I think Polaris, is that right? Polaris? Yeah, Polaris, PII. Boy, that was a flyer. That was, I no, I don't remember this back in 2010. I sort of remember it in this area here. But anyway, Polaris. Actually, I remember it more during the pandemic and all the stocks that got absolutely screamed, of course. And it got down to $38, a big rise right back up to 150. Anyway, it is an earnings play and it is gapping down on earnings. And that is Polaris, PII. Here's one that is being hit hard. This another this could turn into a favorite one for me today. Let's see. PTGX. Yeah, I thought it was a little closer to the lifetime low. Anyway, negative, what phase is it? Negative phase two data. Okay. So that obviously it happened after hours. You can see that move area right here. The stock dropped, tried to recover a little bit. So we're sitting right there. I don't know if this is the only drug in their pipeline. I remember the GOS yesterday, and the GOS is really interesting still. GOSS had the horrible bad news, tremendous recovery all day long, and it's still holding. GOSS still holding. And don't look now, HPK, I don't know what the volume's like. HPK, yeah, there's no volume, but this is again doing its crazy thing. HPK with that low float. There's no volume quite yet. Tizu, another one that used to see quite a bit. Haven't seen it in a long time. Of course, travel stock, Tizu. So this is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Very low float, and you can see the nice gap up. Lots of resistance around 970 or so, but that's so far away. So again, once this market opens, have to see what happens. Look at Evoke, guys. Yes. All right. Evoke again. Now, oops, sorry, wrong. So what did I say? The next level would be this 135 area. Look at that weekly chart. A lot of action right around that 135 area. And again, it's not a 32 million. I mean, it's certainly not high float, but it's not crazy low. And Ater, let's see, Ater. I had Ater on my list here. ATER. It's starting to fade a little bit here. The 200-day moving average, did it get right into it? 582, almost. The 582 is the 200-day moving average. Now it's over the VWAP. So it's in between the VWAP right now and the 200-day moving average. And it is just check this information here, top Wall Street bets mentions for today. Well, of course, we have, Twitter, more expensive stocks, and then a cheap one, ATER. Whereas we've got a ton of earnings. I guess Apple, is it Apple this afternoon after hours? AAPL. 28, sorry, no, that's, I guess that's on Thursday after hours. Anyway, we've got some big guys this week. And as Real mentioned, Redfin, RDFN, it could show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Of course, it is a 10-day daily breakdown, but other filters have to be met. But it is getting closer and closer to an all-time low, RDFN, and it's just had about a cut in half, almost cut in half over the last month or so. RDFN. And GLW, yeah, the last thing, I've just glossed over that one. That's on my list also. I think it's an earnings play. I think Real mentioned that one also. GLW, so it is an earnings play, released earnings right here. Big, big, big move up. Starting to give it up. And where could it? Well, it's a nice gap up, and there's the 200-day moving average at 38.35. So it still has some room to there. A lot of you think there's a little, that would be a real stalling point, the 200-day, and also this area right here on the daily chart, which is approximately the 200-day. And MX is a potential merger buyout. This is the news on it. Shares are trading higher following a Korea economic daily report titled Korea's LX Group seeks to acquire Magnachip. Whether that happens or not, of course, we don't know. A Luxembourg company, okay. Probably obviously for tax purposes. All right, 9:13. So let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com this morning. Wow, this is kind of interesting. Well, the analysts didn't do a lot of overnight work, or something's interesting here. There are a few upgrades, hardly any downgrades right now. So that downgrade list has been, of course, full over the last few weeks. So I'm going to get the upgrades in right now. Again, this is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. See if there's anything interesting. All right, Interactive Brokers with an upgrade from Goldman. Always like to see the broker you use getting an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades and a few downgrades. They're really strange. There's a downgrade by Piper for Redfin, RDFN. That's it. I mean, that's it. We've only have 5 downgrades this morning from briefing.com. It's kind of interesting. Wow, Evo. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, 135 guys. I mean, my goodness, if it takes that out, it's going to be incredible. Two days in a row, I've done some pre-market trading. I don't often. And you know, it's funny, you know, we had lots and lots and lots of people clamoring for our charts and everything to start working at 4 in the morning Eastern time, and now that all happens. But I still, I see most of the stuff happening after 8 o'clock. Most of the time, I see right around 8 o'clock is when we get some of these big moves. No shorts available for EVOK at Interactive Brokers anyway. $32 price target, okay, for NKTX from Raymond James. I think we had one at 81 or $82 from Mizuho. And Wainwright, I think, had one at, was it 38? I mean, listen, it's impressive the fact they were able to raise that money at that price, in my opinion, and the amount, $200 million. I mean, there's nothing to sneeze at. So that was impressive. I mean, it may rest for a while here. And I don't know where it's going from here. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to those price targets, but I just found it pretty impressive that they were able to do it so quickly at that price and with what we'll call minimal dilution. And we're going to have a negative open. The SPY, I'm just looking at the SPY here. The SPY is starting to drift down. So we're going to have a negative open. I'm not 100% sure that's correct, blue collar. First of all, you may be right. You may be entirely right at IB. I think I have seen shares of stocks under $1 that were available to short. So I don't know if that's just a hard and fast rule. I know a lot. Hey, listen, I know a lot of brokers won't let you short. At least they used to not let you short under $5. But anyway, it's don't have to worry now if shorts ever became available. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors before the market opens. We have about 10 minutes before the market opens. My guess now is we're going to see energy, as Real pointed out, a little pop in oil overnight. So we're going to see all the energy stocks, yeah, 100%. You can just like clockwork, oil goes up even if it's a dime. The stocks that make up XLE, most of them will be up above yesterday's close. So just a word, this is what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. So here's the energy sector. This is XLE, the major ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see that 100%, what that means is that 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. All right. So there was no other strong sector. Just look at the percentages, and which makes sense because the SPY is moving down. So there is no strong sector other than energy. Of course, this can turn around. Probably look at this in about half an hour from now. Actually, what I do now is I'll look at the change from the open. That's more That's more valid as opposed just to change from yesterday's close. Just one moment, please. I didn't see PKX. I didn't see that one, PKX. That's an earnings play. I didn't see it because it doesn't have any volume yet. So it didn't make my minimum requirement. It's a big float. PKX is an earnings play. We have it on 25th. Pre-market on the 25th. Boy, this EVOC is right at that critical level. I mean, my goodness, if it can pop through that, it'd be okay. If it can pop through that, look at this, right on this daily chart. Oh, sorry, this weekly chart. Yeah, look at the volume, 28 million. So this is easily going to trade the float, of course, 32 million in the float, 28 million already. So probably trade the float. My guess, maybe 3 or 4 times today. I did see Arch. I did see Arch as an earnings play, just out of the range I like to look at. But yes, it is an earnings play, up 5%. Pre-market right here. With WBD, really, see if we can hold 20. If it doesn't hold 20, this is an earnings play. WBD is an earnings play. Netflix is still flirting with that 200 mark. I see it's at 207. Just one moment, please. If I mentioned this one, this QK, and it's on my list. It had a big pop up to 184. We have no float information whatsoever on it. I think I'm looking at some news on it. It says it has a float of 270,000, 30% short. Maybe. Oh, actually, here's our float. We have 9.4 million, so I'm not sure where they're getting that information from. That is crazy low, 270,000 in a float. Here's another GOVX, another one just poking above, wow, got up to what, 124? Another low float situation. Actually has earnings after hours tomorrow. That's probably, it doesn't really matter, but. And you're right, issuance of a malaria vaccine patent. All right, guys, I've taken most of my EVOC off. I cannot just just obviously thinking that this could really stall at this 135 to 140 area. Not going to. Yes. What time is it? 9:25. Yeah. So if you go to my home page, anybody wants to take out a subscription. Okay. So Florin, if you take a look, go to my home page, click on that link. There is a promo code that you can use. Okay, for 15% off. Okay. You click on the Get Trade Ideas. If you're new, just take out a monthly. Okay. Don't take an annual. Take out a monthly. Just one moment, please. The reason I say that is, make sure you want the product, and you can always, if you want, you can always upgrade to an annual if you want later on, and that will always honor that 15%. So you don't have to dive into an annual right off the bat. And the reason I say that is because you've got to look at the terms and conditions, of a refund policy on an annual. So you got to make sure you want it. Yeah, the Z, sorry, the J, this is a tough one always. JZXN, JZXN, JZXN. I mean, it's pulled back from what, 259. I mean, anything's possible. 8.5 million in the float. My thing here, though, is that it's got it looks like a lot of resistance right around that two level. Yes, it did, remarkably. I mean, it popped through that like nothing this morning, up to 255. Well, I mean, the EVOC, yeah. I mean, you've got a lot, to me anyway, you've got a lot of resistance right about here. Now, if it, that 140 mark, 135, 140 mark, if it can pop through that somehow, you'd have to back off this weekly and just see what else is looming above it. I mean, obviously the big percentage move has happened. I mean, it's up 237%. So you've got this to contend with right around that, right where it is, 134. You can just look at that weekly chart, all the action there. Quadruple U. So we have some uranium play here on the move a little bit. That's the ETF for uranium doing URA. Wow, just got hammered the last couple of days, or 2 day on that's a Thursday and Friday, right below that 200-day moving average. Less than a minute, you're right. 45 seconds to this open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Of course, I make an exception in the pre-market if I see something I like, but I usually let things settle down. I don't like to take a trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30 minutes. And we are going to open in 4, 3, 2, 1. We're open. Yeah, you're right, real. I mean, what a tumble is right. because I was too concentrating on the EVOC and all, but what a great short that was with the JMDA. All right, so let's see the open. So the NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down, as we, saw when we looked at our sector status. All right, DCPH trying to come back a little bit here, guys. DCPH, it had a big pop pre-market, all the way up to 14, fell all the way down to 10, and I don't see any specific news. I'm just scouring some headlines for it. I don't see any specific news for it, for DCPH. All right, this is not shortable for me. I looked, AVDL is not shortable for me. Unfortunately, it is starting to fade also. So the Redfin went the other way. RDFN. Redfin went the other way. RDFN so far, anyway. Looking at a potential short, but this has popped up over 12 now. Again, it is early. Veru, VERU, on the way down here. A big day yesterday. Well, there's the DCPH, guys. The DCPH is trying to come back. Interesting action on it. Big pre-market pop all the way up to 14. Loses $4. And then it is really trying to come back here, DCPH. Just be careful if you guys are still in that EVOK, be careful. That 135 to 140 mark looks pretty tough to get through. So don't get greedy. If you were able to take it just over $1, it's a great move. It's about over a 30% move. So over $1. Yeah, okay. The JZXN is now over $2 again. Meanwhile, yes, the PTGX I'm hearing must be moving down. Yeah, look at this PTGX. It's a little early. I'd love to take a short, but it's just a little early. See if it pops up again and then starts to cruise down. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is way down here around 6. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. The weekly chart, it's shattered that. 1280 is the low, so it's shattered that low. So there's not a lot holding this up. Here's another one, Ion OQ. Ion Q, guys, just taking a big move down. It was actually up. Another one that was up, not badly in the pre-market, 950, really giving it up. Ion Q, IONQ. Not quite an all-time low. Look at that candle for Netflix. Look at that candle, NFLX. Look at that candle right here for Netflix. Well, how's that MDB doing? Well, not MDD, WBD. WBD now underneath 20. I'm watching this WBD, guys. The longer it holds under 20, I'd love to short this one. Netflix is it's a streaming service. So I mean, that's why, of course, I'm watching Netflix at the same time, but it's also an earnings play for WBD. And of course, the streaming services are right now in complete disarray. Glue takeover chatter. Let's take a look at Glue. Haven't seen that one in a long time. Boy, this got up to what, 40, $45 down to 13. So, well, very risky one, but it's on my thumbnail chart. So Indo, guys, Indo, little volume coming in. Of course, very low float. Call it well, it is an energy play. Can be extremely whippy. Just watching this WBD to see how well it holds under 20. The Sky H, of course, yeah, again, another low float situation, very low float. Again, I'm just kind of watching this WBD underneath 20. Market continues down here, first 15-minute candle. I think that's it for EVOK. So EVOK. So hopefully, if you took this one just over $1 and you were, following what we were talking about, that 135, 140 level, pretty tough. Hopefully you took some profit here, and now hopefully maybe you're out of it completely because this doesn't look good now. Sava? Something up with Sava or yeah, you're right. Yeah, trying to probably defending themselves, trying to defend themselves. You're right. That's a great pop. SAVA. It's just taking all this out now. I believe the high is no, yeah, the high is 2271 right there. The next high looking left is 26. So yeah, there's something happening with Sava. When does Zoom have yeah, look at Zoom. I thought maybe it was an earnings play, but not yet. Underneath 100 now. Oh, those were the days, my friend. $600. I think the big one, psychologically, I think the big one's going to be Netflix if it really takes out 200 in a big way and just, for the next few weeks, days, whatever, it just starts to keep falling. Okay, guys, WBD is so far has rejected 20. And again, I'm kind of using Netflix as a bit of a proxy. I mean, WBD is trading on its own because it is an earnings play, but as the streamers get weaker and weaker. Interesting, yesterday at this time, my 10-day daily breakdown was almost full. Today, nothing. Really interesting, even though the market is down. All right, guys, WBD now looks like it wants to, I mean, there's no support for it. I don't think there's any support for it. It's not actually an all-time, well, okay, it is almost an all-time low. No, that was interesting with the WBD. Yeah, we've got some bottoming tails now, so that's not good if I'm wanting to go short this. All right, keep an eye on SWVL from yesterday. SWVL, it's approaching 8. I think I had an alert set here. I think I deleted all my price alerts, but I'm going to set a price alert, 806, okay? And yesterday's high was way up here at 941. So keep an eye on this SWVL. It's not a low float, but it certainly had a lot of enthusiasm over the last 3 days. Big topping tails, buyers got it up to this point. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers again got it up almost to the same point as 2 days before. Sellers knocked it down, but it looks like it wants to maybe have a little bit of a rip. Not very much volume yet. What's the spread like? It's a tough spread right now, 82.96, a bit of a tough spread right now. CYN, yeah, it's doing its thing, isn't it? Sky H. So what did you do? You got up here, you came right back down. This one was shortable too, 1152. So this one actually was shortable for me. Didn't realize that. Now we have a halt. We have a halt. This is a from yesterday or a couple of days ago. This was an IPO. This is one that we didn't have, I think, as a chart. We couldn't load it for some reason. Data provider didn't have. Anyway, not shortable for me, unfortunately. JCSC just got halted on the way down. I'm sorry, it was halted at 940 and now is resumed. I missed the halt. Yeah, this is a strong move by Sava. So the next, again, I think the next high looking left is $26. So just want to see if there's any, company coming out or maybe an article saying, hey, there's now, I mean, it's an Alzheimer's play. If you guys know the story and it's been beaten up, they're basically questioning the results. Started, I think, here, or maybe it was here when the results were really starting to be questioned. Well, keep watching this WBD. What's the float in this WBD? Maybe that's, yeah, pretty big float, 2 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. I may have to just forget about it because even if it does move, it may not move that much. Yeah, I don't see any news on the Sava either, but I mean, there's got to be somebody out there is promoting it. I mean, if there's no official news, somebody's promoting it, obviously. And again, suggesting that all these reports that their test results are in question. All right, guys, ETRN showed up in my option scanner. 822 is the next high looking left. If it can get through that, this could be an interesting one, guys. It's an energy play. We'll call it an energy play. All right, all it's got to do is get through that little high there, which is, it's right there, 822. So I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but it showed up on my option scanner right here. Again, I don't trade the options. This is just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity, which this one is having. It's look at the option vol at 50,000, and that represents like a 2,000. Like that's 20 times normal. So let's see if it now it popped up. Let's see if it. I'm going to stick an alert around that 820 level and see if it takes it out later, because certainly a lot of option activity for this one. All right, there is the PTGX now. PTGX just showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. I'd like to see it take out 10. Again, the next low looking left is way down here on the monthly chart anyway, around 6. So there is room underneath. They did have news. It's not, I wish it were an all-time low, but it, doesn't mean you can't take the trades just because it's not an all-time low. But look at this gap down. If our GE, yeah, it could halt. Let's take a look. I'm watching IB to see if I get that little pale blue dot. Not yet. What a crazy one, isn't it? Not a low float either, if that is correct. All right, ETRN, I just have to stick an alert around 810 or so to see if it kind of recovers. The big topping tail, though, we'll see what happens. All right, PTGX is slightly under 10 now. And EVOC underneath $1, a little bit underneath $1. So that looks like that's it for it. You might, for this EVOC, if you were in it before and now hopefully you're all out of it, stick an alert maybe, 113 or so. See if it can recover that $1 level in a big way. Now look at Viru. You talk about a whippy trader. VERU. Look how whippy this one was. It got all the way down to 1286. It's now tacked on $1. A lot of volume coming in. A little bit choppy action on the PTGX. I was hoping that it would maintain under 10. See what happens here. This will probably get me short if it takes out 10 again. So I'm going to stick an alert at 996 and see if it happens again. And the ETRN not not doing its thing either. So I have my alert set around 813, I think, for ETRN. See if it takes it out later. Too bad. It seemed to be in the right sector. Netflix again, still kind of hovering over that 200 mark, 204 right now. Netflix just at 204. Okay, well, SKYH ripping again, very whippy, topping tail, bottoming tail. Again, so it's above yesterday's high, of course. What's the next high looking left is 13, is that right? 1393, 1125, that's above that, of course. 1393, yeah, 1393 is the next high looking left for this Sky H. That's why I wait. Remember, I was talking about the SWVL. I put an alert just over $8. Okay, and it didn't take it. I didn't anticipate it was going to do it. I wanted to see if it would happen. Didn't happen. And look at this. Again, company keeps putting this out, trading higher, above average volume, despite no company specific news to justify the price action. And that is the Sky H. All right, guys, Evoke is now above a dollar again. EVOK is above a dollar again. Bottoming tail down to 95 cents. Again, 115 might get me interested again. All right, PTGX again testing that 10 level. Look at the volume in that SKYH. I'd love to know if that was. No, we looked at this in the past. We saw 10 million, we saw 12 million in the float, but then somebody showed that a lot of funds own it, and that could be a closer at 549,000. Very hard though to know with these ones with very low floats what the true number is. Okay, ETRN is inching back again, inching its way up. I'm only, again, it's just because it showed up on my auction scanner. So 817 gets back up to that area. I might be really interested in it. Ton, like huge options today relative to what it normally does. That's all we're looking at. Market is still drifting down. Boy, this SKYH is a wild one. I mean, that just instantly popped up to 1223 and came right back down. So again, you've got to be awfully careful. All right. Yeah, I see the red box actually it reversed, but it got very close, to that area, that 5 area. Pretty close anyway. Got to what, 470 before it really has reversed now. RDBX. Okay, volume is picking up a little bit for this Indo. I guess what's the high looking left? Wow, I mean, it's way up here at 25. I mean, this is a risky business here for the Indo. Look at Netflix, guys, getting closer and closer to $2. $2, $200. Yeah, why don't you stick an alert at 198 and see if it takes it out? All right, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, my other monitors. I mean, that Viru, the virus play, and now the high yesterday was 1437, and the high a few days before that was 1445. Ah, stick an alert there and see if it takes all that out and then starts to make a challenge to that high, which was 1750. Boy, this Veru, I mean, it's almost there, guys. It's almost at my price points right up here. I wonder if there's any more news on this one. Not since this day, not that I see anyway. And I'm talking VERU. Well, okay, guys. Well, this is really interesting now. Let's see how much further this can go now that it's kind of taken this out. I mean, again, all traders are looking at is that high of what one, there's the PTGX now again underneath 10. Will it stick this time? So ideally for me on the VERU is it would stay here just for a little bit and even pull back a little bit and then pop through again. Right now we're in complete chase mode. And then again, all traders are looking at is what happened on the 14th when it got up to 1750. All right, the PTGX again underneath 10. Is this going to be the big drop now? I don't know. I mean, I I thought when it took out 10 before, that would have been it, but I mean, it's got a ton of room underneath, but it's still fiddling around with that 10 level. Okay. Well, let's see if we got a big break now for the PTGX. Oh, is it ever? VERU, very, very, very close. In fact, I think it's really broken out. I mean, it is so, yeah, you're right. It is so close here. PTGX, guys, is now starting to, there's no support until, around the 6th level. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Ah, oh, man, I didn't get all the shares I wanted of the PTGX. I'm just looking here and now I'm understanding. My P&L would have been a lot better. Oh, well. The Viru, boy, it's so interesting. I mean, it's holding over that high of yesterday, no problem. And it's just a mat, and that high there, 1445, no problem so far. Lots of volume coming in. Even the relative volume is good. Keep an eye on the Sky H also. The Sky H also. I mean, it takes out 12 in a big way. We got a real couple of runners on our hands here with the Viru and the Sky H. I don't even know if I have shorts available for Viru. Answer is yeah, very few at Interactive Brokers, only 29,000. All right, the ETRN inching its way back. Most of the time in my option scanner, they used to, I mean, when I was really eager about looking at it every single day, they would work almost immediately. In other words, what I'm saying is, we have the alert and then they would just start to work immediately. None of this pullback nonsense. Now, of course, it could be a function of the market too. I mean, that's definitely an issue. I might even have to change my thinking on the WBD. I mean, this is actually, nice little break here. The high here is 2150. How's the GOSS doing? GOSS. That was a really interesting one from yesterday. So it's not holding, not really. This might turn into a short now. This was got hammered down, took advantage of it, and then it just recovered all day. So we have no activity in our YouTube room. Zero. Maybe I shut it down. You're there? Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure somebody's there. Hello, Pepe. Okay. All right. PTGX guys. PTGX is just don't have all the shares I wanted, but turning out to be a pretty good trade. Keep an eye on the Viru. Keep an eye on that Viru. Boy, if it takes up that 15 with a vengeance, look out. Okay, guys, 15 on the way. Maybe. Oh, the PTGX is just awesome now. Here's it. So there was the break. Just had to wait a little bit. 1010. It did move down, then it came right back up a little bit, and boy, but look at this now, 1010, 936. That's a great percentage move. That is one big wow. Okay, Viru, can you really crack through 15? If you know of more accurate stalls, please share PTGX. That's too cryptic for me, Dak. No, it's okay, legal. I just wanted to make sure somebody hadn't made a mistake in opening the YouTube room. That's all. Okay, I'm just going to forget about the ETRN. It's just not, it's too choppy. ETRN is just too choppy for me. what a flirt this is at 15. VERU, just kind of hanging around that 15 level. So the little concern are these little topping tails here. That looks like that's really over for the EVOK, guys. It's now at 92 cents. What a run, though. Wow. PGTX, you're right. This has been the, just takes one good trade, guys. PGTX. And again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. It usually doesn't give, I mean, yesterday it was loaded. It was surprising to me. Usually you only get about maybe 4 or 5 a day, just the one so far. But look at that, 1010, 928. And if you won't short, can't help you. Well, yeah, I mean, that's, my favorite setup. It wasn't quite my favorite setup because it wasn't an all-time low. But yeah, obviously the 10-day daily breakdown in itself, but on news, on bad news. And that news was readily available in the pre-market. So everybody, we got a lot of people saying, how come you don't have a real-time news server? Well, you know what? If you want one, usually they cost around $100, $150. Number one. Number two, a lot of the news that I see is in the pre-market, already loaded in. Doesn't really matter. The other thing is that if you use our volume 1 minute in a filter as a filter, and maybe put like 1,000% or 1,500%, and you'll see a stock just pop. And a lot of it is news. By the time you actually were able to read the news, etc., but trade ideas with that sort of a filter can alert you to something that's really happening. And you don't, by the time you actually read the news, it could be too late. So that's my feeling anyway. Well, this Viru, guys, is really setting up interestingly, just underneath 15. The volume continues to pop it through. Meanwhile, PTGX just made another new low. And I'm just going to put this in here, guys. The test drive. I want to put this in. You see the dates. Okay, this is the dates. So if you want to take a run at trade ideas, you want to try us out for 10 trading days, click on that link. It starts. You see the day it starts, 16th, and on the link, this is what you're going to see. Guys, Viru, it's gone. Well, so far anyway. So for $11.11. Now, if you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, okay? So don't bother our support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" It starts here on the 16th, okay? So you're pre-registering. You'll have access to the full premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade a live account. Like if you have your own strategy, you want to auto trade, or the AI. It's the only thing you won't be able to do. Otherwise, you'll be just like it'll be just like you're a premium subscriber. Well, every time I think I'm going to cover this PTGX, it keeps making another new low. Now, you know me, $9 to me is going to stall it, that whole number, for a while anyway. Yeah, Viru's got almost 500,000 shorts now available at Interactive Brokers. Wow. Even here was a little bit earlier, the PTGX at 933 and the basic new lows at 1050. Yeah, I don't think the market's got anything to do with Viru, to be honest. I mean, this is just trading on its own, classic alpha stock. I mean, look what the market was doing while this was soaring. I mean, eventually, I mean, if it starts to move down, it's because it's so parabolic. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I do have Viru on a thumbnail chart, so I am really, really watching this to see if it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about shorting it yet. Haven't seen the GOVX. Let's take a look at the GOVX. I know it was active in the pre-market. Don't know what it did when the market opened. Yeah, man, oh man. I mean, look at those topping tails. You know, it got up to what, 124, all the way back down under a dollar. I mean, it's trying again. I get it, but wow, that's a lot of topping tails here in the 15-minute chart. Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting super close, just because it's close to a whole number. I'm always wary of that. PTGX, yeah, PTGX. But if I look at a chart, there's no chart support really. Okay, so I'm not really, there's no chart support, it's just that whole number. In fact, I'm going to, yeah, I'm covering some now, that 920, 923 to 924 level, just in case. Well, maybe I'm wrong about the EVO, guys. The EVOK is now over a dollar again, but it needs a ton of volume, a ton of volume. If you take a look at a chart for EVOK, yeah, I mean, see how the volume, I mean, there was a massive volume right there that popped it up, and the volume has been, dwindling somewhat. I mean, it's not bad, but you're gonna have to get a lot of volume coming in again. What did I say? Oh, I'm going to be way under. I said maybe 3 or 4 times it's going to trade the float. I'm going to be way under that for weight. Yeah, 32 traded the float 3.5 times already. So you could easily trade the float 5 or 6 times a day. Yeah, isn't that the one that did that? The EVOC? Isn't that the one that did that? Oh, I can't remember how many months ago or years ago even, and doing the offering during the day. Well, okay, so the question there in the YouTube room, what do I mean by tons of volume? Well, it's not the absolute volume, okay? It's relative to what happened before. So if I look at a 15-minute chart for Evoke, let me bring up a big chart. So you see, I mean, obviously here, this opening candle at 9:30 candle absolutely propelled it, okay? But the volume has been dropping, dropping, dropping. The absolute volume is still pretty good. I mean, 10 million, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of volume. But I think what you'd need, in my opinion, to really pop this again is you'd need a big volume bar like here, up in this area. You need a lot of volume to come in. Again, so I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking in relation to the previous candles. You can just see that the volume has been decreasing, and that has corresponded with a decrease in the share price. That's my opinion anyway. All right, guys. What time is it now? Wow, it's 10:28, almost 10:30. So, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I put my homepage link in here. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, a way in which you can take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And when you click on Get Trade Ideas, there are 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. All right, premium, annual, 2,000, less the 15%. Standard, 1,000, less the 15%. Big difference is the AI. It's had one. Have to see how that one works. It's had one alert, maybe several. I don't know. I just looked at the ones that are profitable, and there's only one right now by a penny. But listen, if you're new to Trade Ideas, if you just want to try us out, I wouldn't take premium. I would start off with standard, and I would start off with a standard monthly. Okay, 118 less the 15%. You could do the premium 228 less the 15%. The discount's only good on a monthly basis that first month. Nothing wrong though with having a monthly subscription going forward. But at any time, if you decided, I wouldn't mind going annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay, but start off with a standard and test, try us out. Now, of course, we are having that test drive, and that starts on the 16th. So if you wanted to wait, you could do that, and you'll get the full package for $11.11. Okay, and I know I put the test drive link in before. And again, if you click on the link, that's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. That's what you're doing. Please read carefully. It doesn't start the minute you sign up. All you're doing is you're just pre-registering. The other thing is that once the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is we don't put you into a subscription. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. Now, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, and get away from it. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do this first, the let's get started. Starts off with the download and installation. There are 10 modules. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through it all. Do that first. I have no sympathy for anybody who doesn't do it first and just is trying to dive in without understanding anything about the software. Trade of the week. These are 3 free sections here. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week there was not really one. The suggestion was just to stay in cash. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, and all the education. So assuming you've done the let's get started, now you can take a look at the user guide. If you click on the user guide, you notice that it has all the sections here. You want to learn more about alert windows or top list windows, how to put a sound alert on an alert window, create price alerts on the charts, etc. With all these sections here, you can also click on the full table of contents, and this is all searchable, all searchable. Now you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, okay? It's, this is an extensive manual, but it's just like a Word manual. You don't have to learn everything about Word. Here's that getting started again. I'm going to get rid of this. In fact, I'm just going to make a note to myself, get rid of the introductory lessons. Daily support. So what day is it today? Tuesday. So it should be Michael Noss. So what happens is in our YouTube room, I take a break. Well, I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today it should be Michael Noss. He's a real expert at using Brokerage Plus. Okay, so if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a bit, but if you have a lot more detailed questions about it and maybe back testing and things like that, Michael's your man. Okay, so I'll put the link in before I do take my break. I'll put the link into our YouTube room if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. And then Chris is there at 3:30 to 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Daily webinars, so you can sign up for them all here. There's not one today. This week we're on the we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. Get rid of those educational videos. That section also. Back to basics, Michael Noss, who I just talked about, he put this together, all right? So if you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay. So those are the free sections on my homepage, and here are my scans. Okay, so here are my scans, including the 10-day daily breakdown. Only one alert today, guys, at the PTGX, which, now you can see exactly, I know I sound paranoid every time something hits or gets close to a whole number, but that's why. I know it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't make sense. It just, I've been doing it like that for years. But I have a lot of other scans here, of course, so you can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. I use my gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are mainly these two, but I do get some sound alerts here from my gap up and gap down. But mainly these are the two. I've been using, with very little variation, the pre-market, these are top lists, very little variation for probably 10 years. So a lot of information here on the let's get started, my scans and the education. Save my link. You save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. So for now, me on the Viru, I am going to stick an alert again up here. Not up to 1491, but if it takes out this area again, at 1450 or so, I want to know about it. Maybe 14, maybe the high of that candle right around there, 1470. and see if it takes it out later on. It's a very whippy one for that float, 64 million in the float, I have to admit. Pretty whippy. Yeah, I think we just have another halt, FFIE. Were you going short that one? I did see that one early also. This was in my biggest losers. And were you going short that one, Dak? This is an all-time low. This is not showing up on my scanner because the relative volume isn't high enough. I need 8. That's why very few alerts, both on the upside and the downside. Okay, so here's the hour. I know you guys were talking about hour. So it's halted. Whoa, this is going to be an interesting resume. So what time was it halted? 10:29. Oh, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Again, one of the scanners I'm sharing, the halts resumes right there. So there's the halt at 10:29:36 for hour. Most of the time they are 5-minute halts, but you can see this one, we got a halted at 10:07:40, reopened at 10:12:40. If it's not a 5-minute halt, though, usually they're multiples of 5. So if that's the case, this will open at 10:39 plus 36 seconds. And it's a volatility halt. And now you can see this is the projected right now. This changes all the time, but this is the projected open at 440. So you're halted at 416. So if you were able to get this before the halt, you probably can rest assured that it's going to pop above the halt price. Now, for how long, I don't know. Now, for me on the PTGX, I will set an alert just in case it has a catastrophic breakdown again. I'll set the alert just underneath 9, say 888, 892 or so, if it has another catastrophic breakdown. But probably not going to do anything on it because it's, it's already down 50%. All right, so I showed you how you can have my scans. Now, first, just a word about trade ideas. Well, that's what we are. We're a scanner. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing my scans. We also have a lot of scans up here. If you click from our toolbar, or if you click on new and then docked channel bar, these are all different theme-based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, okay, hour just opened, and what did it open at? There you go, look at that. I mean, it said 440, so congratulations, anybody who got in before the halt on the hour, and it looks like it's going to get halted again. In fact, it just got halted. It just got halted, yes. And you can tell it's going to get halted because if you look at your bid and ask and it's not moving, and this is such a fast moving stock, you know it's going to halt. And now it's halted, and now we have a projected open, no big clue yet. 485 is on the halt. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? In case anybody's wondering, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So back to the momentum channel. So if you liked one of these scans, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Why I'm saying that? Because you can go to the different channels and start maybe extracting scans that look interesting to you. And you can always tell what a scan is looking for, including mine, if you just right click, configure, summary. So this is telling you exactly what this scan is looking for. So if these filter values are met, So if the stock is between 1 and 50, current volume's 3, 100,000 shares minimum, etc. If all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks here. And of course, you have a time when it happened and the price it happened at, etc. Okay. Now, if you didn't like know something about this scan, in other words, maybe you wanted a different price range, of course you can change it. Before you save it to the cloud. Make that change, say to 10 and 100. See, it says 10 and 100 now. I can say okay. Now it's between 10 and 100. So if you like that, then before you save it to the cloud, you can make any changes you want. You don't have to make changes, of course, but if you did, you just save it to the cloud, and that's it. Now, just a word about that. If you make a change here, and I go to another channel, then I come back, the change is not saved. The reason why is because these channels are for everybody. So, the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So, so again, extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you bring them back one at a time. And you can thereby create your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch. Try to make it very easy. Now, of course, you want to build your own scans? Of course you can. So if I click on right click on an alert window, click on configure and click on search. When you see these icons, these are all the alert icons. When I see these icons, these are all the filter icons. Please don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to know them all. Okay, we created, oh man, PTGX just made another new low. I'm not in it anymore, but it did just make another new low. How do I know? Because, well, just a second. Just want to go over this just a bit. You don't have to learn all the alerts and filters, okay? We have them because we decided, or wasn't we, but when the company started in 2003, they decided that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, you just kind of pick and choose. And if you do want to find out what each one, you want to spend some time, you just click on that new high and help. And then you will see, it gives you a detailed explanation about what they're all about. Again, you don't have to learn them all. I probably use 1%. I probably use 1% of the scans. Or scans of the alerts or filters. And what I was saying, I have a sound alert on this, and this is the oink. So I hear a grunt, grunt, grunt every time PGT. Well, not just obviously I've had another one in here, but every time the PTGX makes a new low, I get a grunt, grunt, grunt sound. So that's one of the nice things about Trade Ideas is that you can put a different sound alert on your different alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Okay. Okay, so wow, hour just so that actually wow, this is still moving. Now, usually I don't think it's not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about that. We usually sort of say, well, the first halt usually is really good. The second halt can be not bad. It's usually if it gets halted the third time that we start to see the fall. I mean, that's not scientific. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this window. We call this Brokerage Plus, that big blue window. We call it Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put the link in for Brokerage Plus. And again, if you want to hold on to more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, in about an hour and 15 minutes, Michael will be in our YouTube room and you can ask him a lot of questions about it. So the Brokerage Plus link, there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll notice, and this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Using a web-based version, sorry, it's not available. So if you look at our toolbar, you'll see it says Brokerage Plus, two options. One says live, one says sim for simulation paper trading. Okay. So again, that short video, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, shows you how you can connect to that account and then trade from within. Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's just that you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. I know I always say it every single day, and those of you here in the room every day probably get bored of my saying it, but I cannot emphasize more that if you're new to trading, practice trading first. Now, even if you're, you could be a veteran, but maybe you've got some kind of a strategy, alert window that you've created and you want to test it. You can use our simulator. Okay. Now, our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. So if you want to practice trading, you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Okay. And you just click on sim. Let me back this out. Disconnect. So if you click on this on the sim, it's going to say connected. And then you click on that. Sorry. Okay, disconnect. Okay, not connected. Click on sim. Now it says account, and then you click on the account, and now simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now, if your Brokerage Plus doesn't look like this, I would encourage you to download the latest beta. And to do that, a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see, and all you have to do is scroll up. Well, you probably see this, then just scroll up where it says download, click on download, and then scroll down, scroll down, scroll down until you see this beta, 5.5.76. And you'll have a Brokerage Plus window that'll look like this. You'll also have, I believe in this version, you'll have our charts, which will start at 4 in the morning Eastern time, go from 4 to 8 Eastern time, okay? And in order to see what you've got, all you have to do is click on help and about, and that'll tell you the version you're on. I'm on a development version, so that's why it says 0.77. So just click on help and about, and it'll tell you what you've got. If you don't see 5.5.76, I would encourage you to download the latest beta. So let's, how I like to demonstrate, let's take a trade in the simulator, okay? Boy, Netflix is just battling to try to hold that 200, isn't it? Interesting. The NKTX is now starting to drift down to its financing price, NKTX of $15. What? I did not know this was shortable for me. 156,000 shares. They must have come on because I'm sure I can't remember that this was shortable for me in Interactive Brokers before. Interesting. All right, what I want to demonstrate though is taking something, say on a pull up. Let's just say I wanted to take this Evoke, okay? But I don't want to take it unless it pops through this area right up here at 112, okay? No, if I can remember how to do this. Click the buy. Again, this is not, I still don't think this is that friendly, but let's make sure I can do this. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I'll try. Now the buy. Ah, no, it's not going to work. All right, I have to write these instructions down. I just don't think this is as friendly as it was before. Give me a moment. Well, somehow I blundered into it. I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna have to practice a little bit more. This is on these conditional buys, okay? Easy enough to take a trade, at a price like you want to take a trade right away. What I'm trying to demonstrate is a conditional buy. So right now I've got a conditional buy at 115. Okay, so if Evoke goes up to 115, it'll take the order. You could do it, of course, on a pullback. So if I thought, you know what, I'd rather take it if it pulled back to 87. Again, I'm just demonstrating the mechanics. Okay, so we'll see what happens. See if it gets up to 115 and it'll take the trade if it gets there. But now at some point, if I don't want to do it anymore, I just right click and I go to the orders tab and I just right click and I cancel the order. But let's take a trade and show you it's a lot easier just to take a trade right at the price. Well, hopefully you guys, wow, easy come, easy go. 432, a big drop of $1 for the hour. So hopefully, nobody left their computer if you were in this one. 1.7 million in the float. I know I say it every single time, but well, really for any trade, but certainly for trades that are very low floats or very volatile for the day, don't get into a trade and then wander away. Go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, butter your toast and come back up. And this is exactly what can happen. So don't do that. So if some of you were wondering, with Twitter, just to go over this a little bit, you're saying, well, wait a minute, the buyout's at 54. Why is this 54.20? Why is this moving down? Well, you know, this is not going to, I don't know when it's going to close. Okay, I mean, I don't know how many months, weeks, months it's going to take for it actually to close, but a lot can happen. I'm not saying, and now we're not talking about Elon pulling out or anything like that, but who knows? Something could happen in the interim. So there's still, until the deal is absolutely done, there's still a little risk. So even though you think, well, why, this is a slam dunk, I should just, sell everything I own and put it all into Twitter at 50, and I'll make, almost 10%. And it's just not, that's just not the way it works. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it could be several months before this closes, and something could happen. Regulatory bodies get involved. Something could happen. Yeah, I mean, now he could pull out of it, but there's a huge penalty. I don't know what the dollar amount is if he pulled out, but I think it's the several billions. So I mean, he could pull out if he wanted to for some reason. I'm not even suggesting that's going to happen. But if the question is, what's happening to Tesla? Well, think about it. Okay. I mean, Tesla was really people, shareholders of Tesla are really happy when Elon's running things. They don't now. How distracted is he going to be trying to run Twitter? Now he may not be the CEO of Twitter, but he's definitely going to have to pay attention to it. Well, so he's going to have some distraction. Maybe he's going to have to sell some Tesla stock. I mean, I don't know, to raise money. I don't know, but I think that is probably the reason, or it could be a reason. Again, I don't know for sure, but it's a big drop. Now, interestingly, look at that. Look at that 200-day moving average for Tesla, sitting right on top of it. All right, let's have some fun with DOGZ. Let's say I wanted to take this trade right now, DOGZ. I'm going to take 500 shares. I know how to do this. Click the buy button, okay? And I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread. So I'm going to send it. And there it is. Okay, so it took the trade at 414. Okay, I'm just going to go over just a little bit about money management. I'm going to stick a stop at 394 to make this math super simple as I go over this. And you will see a red line on the chart. It's going to be approximately minus 100. There it is, minus 97.50. Okay, so when you start trading, the way I trade anyway is I have a checklist. And I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, I want to be highly selective. So unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. So I would encourage you to develop that sort of a technique also. Now, what I do, most of the things are already checked that need to be checked on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see a price range I'm not interested in. A minimum, it has to have at least a minimum volume. So a lot of the things I've already checked. After that, I click on the alert. Then I check my daily, weekly, monthly. What is the market doing? I size it up pretty quickly, and I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. And that's why you've got to practice trading. You've got to practice. So again, let's say if you agree with that, you should have some kind of a checklist. And also your checklist shouldn't be 100 things that you have to check. Otherwise, you'll never take any trade at all. So let's just say though that, okay, yeah, this looks good. It meets all my criteria. I want to take the trade. Next step is, how much are you willing to risk on the trade? In other words, how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Just because you're checking every box doesn't mean the market's going to agree with you. So you might get into something, it looks awesome, even has great news, but it still doesn't work. So I always have a stop. I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how I do it is, it wouldn't be a bad stop, I guess, but I size up a chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, where I think there is a support area, a lot of action at a certain price. If it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. I would perhaps recommend, because that requires a little bit of chart knowledge, we'll say, sizing up. My idea of a support area may not be your idea of a support area, but if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number, and maybe you could start there. It's a defined number. Why is this all important? Because this is also going to share size me. I have my entry at 414 and my stop is 394, and I did this on purpose. That's a 20-cent stop. Because the next thing is, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? So, if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope you would realize you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk per trade. That's why I took 500 shares, because the difference between 414 and 394 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Okay, so obviously, there's some quick math. You have to know where you're going to get stopped out before you take the trade, and then you just do a little quick math, divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk per trade, and that'll share size you. And the other thing I do is I don't risk, 500 one trade, 100 the next, 1,000 the next. I try to keep my cat almost got on my keyboard. What are you doing? I keep my risk about the same every single trade. So if you agree with all that, that's great. Practice in the simulator, okay? If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade real money. Okay, so until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade real money. And also, when you're using the simulator, don't go crazy. If again, as I'm trying to say, if your account size is a certain amount, don't go in and take 20,000 shares of something just because you can. I think we give you $100,000 in the simulator. Try to keep your trading the way it would be if you're actually attached to your real account. So that's all good. Okay, so if you agree with all that, great. Now you start trading for real. And you take that first trade and you cannot believe it's not going to work. It starts to drift down to your stop price. And then and I'll guarantee it's going to happen, you will start to second guess your stop. You start to say to yourself, well, I know that's the low of the 5-minute candle, but maybe that was too tight, because this is such a great setup, great news, great everything. It's got to work. So you disobey your stop, and instead of that manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself. That's number one. Number two, look at Netflix, by the way, almost 200. Number two, almost as bad, is you don't obey your stop. You're down, instead of that $100, you're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and you're sweating. And then all of a sudden it does come back, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and now you're congratulating yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. I'm just saying that, in my experience of trading, if you don't have good money management discipline, you won't, in my opinion anyway, you won't last long. So that's it, guys. It was off my soapbox. You can practice trading until you start making money in the simulator. Okay? The other thing is, I mean, you get into a trade and it looks all great. The setup was great. You were able to check all your boxes and it doesn't work. And you either get stopped out or maybe you can get out earlier. For instance, the way I trade anyway, that if I were truly in this trade, that 394 is the worst I want to do. In other words, the worst I want to do in this trade is to lose $100 in the simulator. Okay, that's the worst. But if I start seeing this, if I'm in this and it starts to drift down, and I see the market drifting down, I can say to myself, you know what, I'm going to exit this trade right now, like before my stop to really cut my losses. Thing is that later on you might get the same setup for that stock. You can always get back in. You can always sort of say, hey, you know what, maybe I was just a little bit early. Maybe the market conditions weren't quite right, but now they look better. I'm going to get back in. That's why you've got to practice, practice, practice. All right, now let's start taking a look at some of Zach's scans. Again, the bounce plays, highly suspect. When the market is again, we had a little respite yesterday, but again, doing its drift down. Look at this. Look at United Airlines. What is Jets doing? Now, the ETF for the airline industry, yeah, it is moving down. So, I mean, typically, I just want to check something here. Typically, if the price of oil was a little higher or something, yeah, I mean, it didn't really pop that much. Just a minute. Whoa. My computer sounds like it's going to take off. Okay, so yeah, I mean, the Brent is up a little, WTI is up a little, not a huge amount. And obviously the airlines, I mean, a huge component of their cost is fuel. But there may be another reason, I don't know. I know JetBlue had earnings today, and the reaction was not good. Okay, for those of you following ATER, it is now coming off that 5 level. I think if it got over that 523, and this is this seems to be one of the Reddit stocks. If it gets over that 523, yeah, it could have a bit of a run. Need some volume. It's all about the volume. Look how the volume just tailed off. So I'm out of everything, guys. I'm not in anything right now, and I'm just sort of kind of biding my time, seeing if anything interesting shows up. All right, just give me a moment. So the Viru, guys, is acting up again. VERU kind of acting up again. And this doesn't really care about what, in my opinion, what the market's doing. It's just going to trade on its own. And you can look at that. I mean, look at that 15-minute can. Look what's happening with the SPY. Well, guys, here we go. No, okay, I'm not on the 8 or so much, but here we go. Netflix. Look at Netflix right now, right at 200. Well, it was anyway, 223, right at just a little bit above that 200 level. I don't think anybody thinks it's going to hold it. Well, there might be some, but it doesn't look good. Now let's look left on the monthly chart. The next low looking left is 195, approximately 195. All right, so this actually showed up in our in the AI. I didn't talk too much about the AI, but this is an AI alert, 1271, 1303 right now. So not too bad. It's coming in, getting closer to the 200-day moving average. So far enough away, I guess, 1341. It's an earnings play tomorrow after hours. It's so hard to commit to anything long right now. So Vista, take a look at this one. This is from the Trader's Eye. This is actually not doing too badly. High is 25.30 yesterday. Next high is 25.79. So it's got a little bit of room. But again, is it a electric power distribution? Good old Peabody, BTU. A little bit on the move here. 27.86 is the next high looking left. So this has got some room. You know it, Ija. You know it. All right, guys. The Viru, VERU, I think, this 1450 mark, that was the original areas that it had to get through, and it did. Right there, that 1445. Yeah, there is the VWAP, 1435. So it's got to get above that for the VERU. Well, it should. Shouldn't say it has to, but is there a share minimum when shorting? I don't know what you mean by that, a perfect circle. Look at Netflix, guys. Yeah, but as you know, it's the volatility. It's not how much it falls. It's how fast it fell or how fast it goes up. Anyway, I'll never you. I know I can never convince you to short stock, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, I see why you were talking about the Starry Group Holdings. Yeah, STRY. Looks like this is, I think this was a SPAC turned into STRY. Not good, but trying to come back today for some reason. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Ah, here we see some news. Now this was on the 25th. Okay, on the 25th, which was yesterday. And this was, but this was during the day yesterday, so didn't really have a big effect. But Goldman initiated coverage with a $10 price target. And that is for the STRY, but that was yesterday. Yeah, I'm just looking here. Yeah, this was yesterday. I'm seeing at 5:23 in the morning. So really didn't have any effect yesterday, but it's sort of a delayed reaction effect. Oh, I see. No, it's just like going along perfect. There's no difference in that regard. There's no share minimum. There it goes, guys. Netflix now officially underneath 200. Wow. Yeah, the only thing moving are these yeah, energy plays. Let's take a look. In fact, now this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring back file, load from cloud, the one that I did yesterday, sector status. Now the change from the open, which is a better way of looking at things, I think. Okay, so now this is the change from the open, okay? So again, energy plays, change from the open. 95% of them are still, above the open, change from the open. Look at utilities, the flight to dividend stocks, okay? 96%. Real estate. So now this is the change from the open. Now look at technology. Whew. Technology and communications just crushed. So there's only really, I mean, you have utilities, but they're boring. But hey, at least they're above the open. And then of course energy. So energy again is the play today. You might want to keep, again, highly risky, but SKYH. Keep an eye on the SKYH as it's doing this thing right here. Trying to get over 11, coming back for all these little bottoming tails way down here. I mean, at 1042, 1044, trying to get over 11. I mean, if it took out 1121, that could get it running again for a while anyway. But you need some volume. I mean, the volume is just sort of well, is dwindling, decreasing. Wow, I mean, I just jumped, this just jumped $1 since I was just looking at this thing, this Starry, STRY. And again, I only thing I see is the Goldman initiated, but this was yesterday. No reaction yesterday. I don't see any news for this one. And again, in case you think I'm making it up, here we go. Okay, and this was yesterday though, 5:23 in the morning, yesterday. Not too familiar with this one, PXJ. This is the oil and gas services ETF, or one of them anyway. It just showed up on one of my scans. Okay, so the ETRN now is back up to the alert price from my option scanner. You know, and maybe it's just a super delayed reaction. Maybe now it'll go. I mean, it's in the right sector, energy sector. VBLT also showed up. All right, guys, the VERU, again, very interesting. As it's come right off the bottom here. It's gone through that 1445, which was the high of a few days ago. Of course, it's above yesterday's high of 1437. So it may have another little run here. The volume is, I mean, it's sort of picking up. Time is 11:24. So that, you know, we can see that this volume bar will certainly be above these ones. So the volume is starting to pick up. Netflix is still fighting on that 200 mark. Hey guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a moment here, just following an internal discussion. Okay, I'm back. And Chloe. All right, guys. Viru is my number one focus right now to see if it can hold this area and just pop right through and maybe reclaim these highs way up here, and then maybe then later on try to make a challenge of that 1750 mark. Did not know this was shortable. I don't know what's wrong with me. This STRY was shortable at Interactive Brokers. Lots of, I don't know why. For some reason, I did not think it was shortable. But there are lots of shares, 500,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Well, this Viru, guys, is really holding this 1460 level pretty nicely. All I'd be waiting for is some volume. See that volume there in the 15 wasn't bad. That's what popped it up. Imagine if we got another one. Imagine if we got another one like that or bigger to pop it right through here. So all you do is just put a price alert, okay? Because you don't have to keep staring at the chart. Though in something like this, I mean, it can go pretty quickly, but you just put a price alert and then go on to another chart, do whatever you want to do. If this triggers, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You'll see it. Then you can click on it and see, how much volume there was and all that. Now, in this particular case, that might be, a tough one because, it can move pretty quickly. But in most cases, you don't have to do that. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Well, the VERU is definitely getting more and more and more interesting. Yeah, there's something wrong with ETRN. I'm convinced there's just something wrong with it. How many shares? Maybe that's it. I didn't really check the float. How many in the float? Yeah, that's probably it. 409 million in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it's in the right sector. It should be, in my opinion, doing better. Hmm. Okay, guys, we got something maybe wrong with our data. Did somebody check options for ETRN? Okay, because when I saw that, it said 50,000 and it was like a huge increase. But now I'm looking here, it just says 435. So there might be something wrong with that data that we have for ETRN. Somebody can check if you have access to option data for ETRN. Yeah. So it isn't, so that was incorrect. Okay. Well, that makes sense now. Like little more sense. Okay, I'm gonna pass that screenshot on. Okay, guys, I just passed that on to our who looks after our data provider because that's really off. I don't understand what happened there. All right. Well, this one from the AI isn't too bad, really. I mean, it's and as I thought might start to happen with the AI when we get some more earnings plays. But this is tomorrow. Maybe this is just sort of advanced. This is April 27th. This is tomorrow. OII is releasing earnings. Maybe this is just sort of in advance. People are thinking that it's going to be good. I don't know. Look at that SPY though. Yikes. It'd be pretty tough to go long anything right now unless you've really got a fantastic story stock. 302 million NTUX. Wow, look at this. Yeah, I see why you're looking at it. Well, let me check another site. Well, so NUTX is not even showing up in FinViz as an example. NUTX, yeah, it's not even showing up as a stock in FinViz, so I can't even check there. Which always leads me to believe that there's something like, you can get wildly different float numbers. 600 million, 300 million. FinViz doesn't even have it listed as a stock. So I think that's what started trading as NUTX back here. Completion of the merger, reverse merger. Okay, so maybe that's one reason. So I mean, look at that, $47 million float from Interactive Brokers, 600 million at Yahoo. We've got 300 million, and there was 800 million authorized. So it's all over the place. I know it's frustrating, guys, but I don't know what the answer is. Where can I find? I know I should know this. I just don't use it, but where do I find floater? I know there was a nice little window that I could have up in Interactive Brokers that gave me all that sort of information, float information, etc. What is it called? New window, financial lens, maybe? All right, guys, I just want to confirm that Michael will be in our YouTube room at noon. Okay, this is shortable for me. NUTX is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So just checking to see what, looking left on the daily chart, what is the next high? Looks like it is 734. Looks like that 734 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got some room. See if there's any specific news for it. Boy, it's still moving though. Boy, 624. Wow. Severe rippage, guys. Now this is super parabolic. In fact, I'm just looking at the time and sales, seeing if this is going to get halted. The bid ask does keep changing, so wow. William, I don't know what you're doing now. This looks like it is going to be halted right here. Right here. Yeah, just got halted. All right, guys. I'm sorry, William. I don't know what you're doing now, but anyway, 671. So here are the projected opens. And of course, we'll have to, yeah, that of course flips around. 11:43:37. So 11:48 plus 37 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Pretty active day in the halts resumes today. Well, so the question was, how did I know it was going to get halted? And that wasn't 100% for sure, but when it got up to 671, remember now, this is such a, I mean, it's a rapidly moving stock, right? And all of a sudden, I'm looking, and the bid ask wasn't moving, so you can almost tell it's going to get halted. This is before the halt, but I was looking at this and the bid ask wasn't moving, which is almost impossible because I mean it was moving so quickly. You'd see at least 2 or 3 cents up and down, right? And all of a sudden it just stopped. So you can almost, you can make the prediction it was going to get halted, seconds before it actually got halted. But the minute something does something like this, though, you can almost rest assured it's going to get halted. I mean, that's just it's a volatility halt. It's just a computer program kicking in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I can't see any news on it. I see no news on it. This is, I guess this one of these crazy little IPOs that went nuts. It looks like it did, and this probably was, yeah, this is probably one of those crazy IPOs. I just don't quite remember it. That went nuts the first day. Probably very few share. Though it says 302. Let me just do something here. I want to check the IPO, my IPO calendar, see if I still have that listed. So I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change. What day is this? This is on the 4th. Yeah, I don't have it listed in my IPO calendar, so I don't know what the story is about this one. I can't remember. Anyway, we'll have to see when this opens. No real clue. I don't think it's going to open at 660, but we'll see what happens. What time is it now? 11:47. So 11:48 plus 37 seconds is where it should resume if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. You see how this is changing? My guess is that we're going to have, this is the first halt, so my guess is we're going to have a pop. And this is shortable for me. So unfortunately, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, but I'm going to watch this one, see how much it pops. is always, it's always a concern, when these things go and there's no news whatsoever. I don't know, maybe the Reddit crew got a hold of this. Um, well, I don't know. I mean, it obviously there's not a huge pop right now. There we go, guys. So just open, just open. So there's a drop now. Okay, well, I guess William did okay. I mean, this is where he shorted it. Yeah, got halted on the way down. All right, just a verification. It is Michael in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll put the link in if you want to head over there. Michael Noss will be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. This one looks bad now. I mean, it's already, if you shorted this story, STRY, and of course, if you got it way up here, but even if you took it on the 8 break, I mean, there's some support maybe down here around 7. And again, but at least it had some news. Goldman putting a $10 price target on it. The other one I couldn't see any news whatsoever for NUTX. Yeah, guys, I'm sitting on my hands. I mean, that Viru looked really good to me. I almost hopped in on it, but I just don't like the way the market's trading now. Well, obviously the market is drifting down, and when these stocks start to follow, a little bit what the market's doing, then that is my clue to sort of sit in my hands, especially if I'm trying to play some of these ones that were really popping. You know what it is looking pretty interesting though is the NKTX. Its NKTX is looking pretty interesting. I mean, it's held at $15 financing extremely well. It didn't get down to it at all. And it's bouncing off this area. They raised $200 million. Kudos to them for doing it at a pretty high price. Considering their stock was, 760 yesterday before it opened, or the day before, that would have been Friday, and it opened up here at 14 there, and they were able to do a financing up in the 15 level. Pretty darn good, in my opinion. And raising $200 million. I'm not pumping this. I'm just saying if you want to, some accolades, I mean, they did a good job convincing people to do it at that 15 level and to raise 200 million. Yeah, I can't, Blue Moon. You know what? Maybe Michael can because I don't play Divergence like that. So maybe Michael can. He'll be there in about 7 minutes. You can ask him that. You know, this one got up to in the pre-market got up to man, oh man, did it really? Got up to actually 1788 in the pre-market. That's the NKTX. This could be a really interesting one going forward. Maybe not today, but going forward. And all I'm really doing now is just kind of glancing at my thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting happening. Excuse me, and certainly not on the long side. All right, here's one that all-time low now, guys. NVVE, and it's not shortable. Okay, for me, I just looking, I got all excited there. NVV, but it's not shortable for me. NVVE, for those of you who have shorts, this is an all-time low now, and a little breakdown on that 15. So why is this one up? Okay, so this is an earnings play, SITC. This is actually an earnings play, not doing too badly. An earnings play, and the next high looking left on that daily is 1713. So it's above that. No, it's a 3 month high, almost a 2 year high for SITC. I'm hearing GMDA, and my guess is that it's starting to collapse more. Yeah, another one that's not. I mean, how do you play these? I mean, look at this big news in the pre-market. Pops up, FDA clearance. Was close. It was over that 200-day moving average. Market opens, splat. There's that NKTX, guys. NKTX again. I wish the market weren't doing this, but boy, oh boy, this is an interesting one. Look at the pop it had. While GMDA continues down. Boy, look at that NKTX go, guys. Look at the NKTX go. Super interesting going forward with this NKTX. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'm anticipating Michael will be here any moment now. So I'm just going to put here's the announcement. I'm still here, of course, but when he shows up, Michael new? No, he's not new at all. And we have a resumption. Okay, so that was like a 10-minute halt for NUTX. And again, I'll just put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there. I'm anticipating he'll be there any second now. Man, even actually, I didn't even notice this. We had a couple more show up. Well, just now, 11:59, FNDC, the Schwab Fundamental International Small Company Index. Look at this one. So this one just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, ask the question again. I hear Michael. I think he just popped into the room. Can you hear me, Mike?
I did, yep.
All
I am
right.
here. I'm
You want
just
to revert now?
just doing the whole screen thing. I'm glad I got the sound figured out this time. So I think I did that right. I think
Yeah, I think you're
everything's
in. I can hear you. I can see your screen. So
cool.
Blue Moon asked me a question. I suggested maybe he asked you it, so you can look up there, offering some suggestions on where to place stops when playing Divergence. But I'll let you handle that if you can.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
I'll put
I can
myself
chat
on
about
mute
RSI.
now. Okay, Michael.
Cool. Just holler when you're back. Or should I ping you, or how's best?
No, what'll happen at around 12:55? I'll probably come into the room. We may even chat for 5 minutes,
Cool.
and then you can leave.
All right.
Okay.
Well, have a good lunch.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Later. Bye. Cool. Yeah, that handoff, guys. I don't know if you guys. It's way better. It's way smoother than what we used to do with the whole jarring kind of cut off and bring back. So I'm glad we got that going. I'm just going to load up some background music real quick. And then we'll get, so I see, yeah, we already have. So again, I always give the speech, but if anyone's wondering what goes on here, is we kind of switch the room over for an hour just to have a live loud live Q&A. So we'll be hanging out, we'll be chatting, we'll be talking about whatever you guys whatever you guys want to talk about. Trading, trade ideas. Myself, just to introduce myself, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and I'm a quantitative trader. So long story short, that means that I basically, whereas a lot of people will like look for a fundamental reason to buy a stock and then go in with technicals, I do it the other way around, where I look at statistics and I try to find something that I know has some sort of statistical advantage, and then I use technicals aside that. And I'm primarily a swing trader. I do some day trading, scalping type of things. I've been playing with anchored VWAP and all of that with that, but mainly a swing trader. So like 3 to 5 day kind of holds. Okay, so you are talking about, so let's actually load this up. The first question that Barry sent me here was the RSI divergence. So quickly, I guess, then a nice little lesson for anyone who doesn't know. I'm sure if you're asking about this, you already get the idea, but just for the others. So we have an RSI divergence scanner right here. And essentially what an RSI divergence is, just to break it down, simply put, is, oh, I have to use, I forget because I'm not sharing my screen. I'm only sharing this application. I need to open up this Epic Pen, but for now, we'll just look. So you can see how if you look at the price on this chart, how we are moving lower. There's the pen. So that's easy. So you can see how price here is moving lower, whereas ignore that bad tick. That's something I think will get corrected soon, whereas the RSI is moving higher. So that's an RSI divergence. So then the next thing just is important to know if your first principles thinking is what is an RSI? Well, an RSI just stands for Relative Strength Index, and it basically compares the size or amount of up moves versus the size or amount of down moves. So again, simply put, it's saying it's a momentum indicator. So right now on this FBIO, even though price is moving lower, there is either more green than red days, or the green days are on average larger than red days. So that's what the RSI is saying. So if price is moving down, but there's more green days than red days, or the green days are bigger than the red days, the theory there is that momentum may be running out. So if if that's true and the momentum's running out, then it may be time to look for a trade. So that's the first thing to note, which I know wasn't exactly your question. But it's a reason to look at a stock. It's not a reason to trade a stock, I think is the best way to put it. Saying there is a chance that momentum may be running out. But if you look at a lot of these, and we can actually go on the SPY, and we can look at a few examples. So right here, there was an RSI divergence in the SPY, but you can see that that RSI divergence happened way back here. So for a long time, if you just said, "Oh, there's an RSI divergence, I'm going to short," you're going to be underwater, betting that that's going to occur, right? Eventually, it did pay off. Doesn't mean they all will. And there was an RSI divergence going on in through here a little bit. I guess not. There was another one that I like to point out. Oh yeah, and there's one right here, an RSI divergence going on, and you can see how long the divergence technically started here, right? So that's how long you would be wrong for. So that's the first thing to note is that again, a reason to maybe look at a stock, a reason maybe to take profits on a stock, but not a reason to trade a stock. So if that's true, then how do you trade it? Well, a lot of people will actually do. No, I appreciate you taking the time breaks. No problem. But a lot of people will do something like a trend line break, right? So you can see that there was on the SPY here, right? You could draw a pretty clean trend line. I know my drawing's not the best through here, and you could say, okay, well, the RSI divergence is going on. Let me wait for a trend line break, which would happen somewhere around here. So if that's your reason for entry, well, then you're probably going to put your stop, either above the highs, or if it were to rally back up and get inside that trend line, that might be a way to do it. What I've noticed and what I think is just kind of common with it is that with RSI divergences, you're going to get a lot of rising and falling wedges, right? So if you just draw this out, here's kind of a falling wedge type pattern that's going on in through here. So, what may be a logical way to take a trade like this? Again, hashtag not investment advice, but if you liked this stock and you noticed the RSI divergence and you said, okay, I want to take action. Again, note there was one going on through here and that never panned out. You may say, for example, if we break above this trend line, that's where I'm going to initiate my buy. So you could set a price alert. right? And if you guys don't know how, you can at any time in trade ideas, you can just right click on a chart and you can say, so it would be around 130 right now. I'll say create price alert, and you can write a little note. So I can say RSI divergence, blam. And then if you go into your price alerts, what will happen? I'm on a test server, so I'm messing everything up. But you will then be alerted if and when that stock hits that price. So that may be one way to do it. So if you're entering that way, then I would just say if you get a breakout and you're buying this breakout, worst case stop is going to be the low of the move, right? There's an old trading saying, if there's new lows, you got to go. Or if it gets back inside this declining wedge, right? Because a declining wedge as a technical pattern is basically just saying that as things are going lower, everything's getting tighter and tighter. So the battle between bulls and bears are getting more fierce. The theory is that if they break out, then that's just going to say, okay, the bulls have overwhelmed this tightening pattern. Maybe where you get an expansion of range to the upside. All right, you're still in a downtrend, so you got to know your counter trend trading there. So again, worst case stop would be down here. A very moderate stop would say if we get back and close back inside this pattern, that's where I'm going to get out. The best part of these patterns, I don't trade them too much because I'm a kind of a staunch trend follower. But the best part about a pattern like this is that by the time you take the trade, your stop should be really, really tight because the end, it should, the wedge should be really, really tight, right? So that means your stop's small. So that's one way to do it. The other is there's some people, kind of myself included, that don't like horizontal or diagonal trend lines as much as we like horizontal. So if it was me, I would probably draw this line here and say, okay, that's prior lows here and prior lows here. And then it's a little bit some highs right here. If we were to get and close above that, that's where I would buy. Again, worst case stop, low of the move. A tighter stop would be if we closed back under that line. That's if you're more of a horizontal support and resistance guy, which I'm more of a horizontal support and resistance guy as opposed to someone else. And that's kind of the way to do it. Again, you'll notice this declining wedge happen all the time on these types of moves. Just going to try to find another example, but yeah, you're just kind of another one all the time on these. But so if you're a horizontal, if you like trend lines, that's probably the way to play it. Is just if it breaks a trend line, buy. If not, stay out. If you're a horizontal support and resistance guy, I would just draw the nearest term support and resistance and say, so this one on path, if we get above 20, that's where you'd be interested. Again, worst case stop, low of the move. But just know that you are counter trend trading when you're trading these things, which just means that, you're going against the overall market. Generally means you can get away with really, really, really good risk reward ratios because, right, on path, if you're buying 20, and your stops, 17 or 18, well, you're risking $2, right? If it just gets to close this gap, well, that's $10. It's a 5-to-1. If it gets up to this resistance, right, that's $20 and that's a 10-to-1. So your risk reward on counter trend trades are usually really, really good if you play them right. However, the probability is generally lower because you're fighting the overall market. So teach your own, right? That's just a personal kind of preference thing. So I hope that helps. And if you got follow-up questions, let me know. Oh, charts here. Nice. So yeah, let's do a wrap about TI strength just because I like that you're liking that. You've been using the unusual volume channel too. Cool. So I know I've followed you enough on Twitter, charts here, so I know what you like. So I kind of knew you would like this one because you're a flag guy, right? You're a trend continuation flag guy, and it's like a man after my own heart. Same kind of way I trade. So let's just wrap a bit about TI strength. This is for everyone, not just for you, but so we have a new tool, this Market Explorer, and you can get to this too just by going new and then Market Explorer window. And there's a bull flag scanner and a bear flag scanner in there as well that you might like. The basically I can do pretty much anything with this tool. However, it's not user customizable, and it really weighs on the system. So the users can't do anything with it. So the goal is that I'm going to build all this cool stuff in the back end, and that the users just get these like completely canned scans that hopefully just like kick ass, right? So one of the first things I did is we'll call it a Ned Davis style approach to the market. So Ned Davis is a prominent hedge fund manager, and he's CMT and a CMT contributor, and he has what he calls his Fab Five model, which is essentially just a top down approach. Think of it kind of like a checklist. Add 1 point if the market's doing this, add 1 point if the market's doing this. If you get up to 5 or 10 points, then the market's bullish, right? So kind of this checklist type approach. I kind of started with the same type of idea of saying, what if, for example, I created a system in which I added or removed points based off of different technical indicators and things like this. So, for example, if the stock's above the 200-day moving average, give it a point. If the stock's above um, the 50-day moving average, give it a point. If the 50-day moving average is over the 200-day moving average, give it a point, right? If the RSI is not overbought, give it a point, so on and so forth. If the Bollinger Bands are getting pretty tight, give it a point, and so on and so forth. The With this kind of mentality of let me just rank all these stocks, which is really, really intensive when it comes to like systematic. Like it's hard on the server, but those are Dan's servers, not my servers. So that's fine. So what it's doing is it's calculating and it's running all of these values to try to find the stocks that are valued the highest. So to back test this, what I did is I said, what if you took basically if the stock broke Friday's high on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, if you bought those and you held them until the next weekend, sold and repeat over and over and over again, rotating into whatever the top 5 ranked stocks are, what would your portfolio performance be over time? We back tested this from 2017 to 2020, and then 2020 on has been a forward test. You can see 2021 was a bit of a chop fest, but that was kind of everything in the market. And again, these are really dumb back test rules. My hope is that a trader isn't just going to sell a stock Monday morning because a system told them to. If the stock's in a rampant uptrend, you're going to want to hold on to it. So that gave me some validation that these things actually worked, right? There's a statistical advantage to owning these names, which again, I'm sure you'll agree on. It just makes sense that there's a statistical advantage in owning the strongest stocks. So what will happen is if you go to the channel, you'll get these 5, and these are the 5 that were picked by the algorithm last week. I don't think anything triggered, to be honest, because we just sold off the open, but that's fine. And so that's the algorithm if you want to play it. Like, yeah, IRT, for example. So these would all be over Friday's high. We never really got there. But then there's this, and this updates every 10 seconds or so. And right now there's only a handful of symbols in it because the market's really weak and it's hard to find stocks that are strong when the market's killing, which I think is an advantage of in and of itself, right? It keeps you from over trading when the market is weak. But these are the top ranked names in there right now. So this is a great one where I found TCDA, I think I was talking about yesterday, was in there. This one I want to see a close over 12. I like a look of that. I think that was in there. And a couple of these save looks interesting, right? If you can get a close kind of over this area. But that's the nature behind that, and it's something that I use a lot and I really, really love. But yeah, you may also, if you right click in the window, you've got all these different server types, so you may actually like the bull flag scanner. And just so how you know how I did it, this bull flag scanner, it's not based off pattern recognition, it's based off Bollinger Bands. So basically, I needed the symbol linking. I needed the stock to go up a bit, and then I need it to be the Bollinger Bands need to be the tightest they've been in the last 6 months while the stock's in an uptrend. So it won't be perfect every time, but just so you know, that's how it works, right? So if we remove, let's add Bollinger Band width, and then we'll remove, because I think you use Bollinger Bands quite frequently too, don't you? But yeah, so what you'll notice is that the Bollinger Band is always really low after an up move. So it makes it, if you did pure pattern recognition, you'd probably get things that are a little bit better, more indicative of an actual bull flag. But I found this did a better job of letting in way more data and doing a good job of finding these. So I bet you those two scans are where I find most of my trades from nowadays is the TI strength alerts, which again, right now isn't performing, but that's because how do you find something that's super strong in this market? Um, and then, yeah, also this bull flag scanner I go through every night because it just finds tight names, which I like. Uh, Congratulations. Hope you're getting some sleep. Nope, but I've got a Monster Energy right here. Thanks for that. Each week, I put the TI strength alerts in a historical symbol top list, and I've been running a race on that top list. I've had some nice trades based off this. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense too, because yeah, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to include it in the Market Explorer. I didn't even think it was going to be a good scanning tool, to be honest, because it wasn't built to be a scanning tool. It was built to be an algorithm. But it just turns out it looks pretty good as a scanning tool. So if you're building all of these into a symbol list, and then I guess probably just removing the ones that aren't working or aren't up anymore, that makes perfect sense because basically you're just building a list of really strong names. So it makes sense that you would get some success off of that, which again, I think that's a clever way to use it. And again, another old trader saying of uh, if you want to be in the strongest names, just buy the strongest names. And that's kind of the way that I look at trading myself is I'm not I get all these questions. So like WWE is something that I'm watching a lot of. And it's just very simply 60 seems to be an important level. We're kind of pulling back here. If we can break out of this kind of downtrend area, I think I'm using instead of this downtrend lines from now on. I did some chatting with Brian Shannon, and I've been following him for a long, long time. So I think I might just use anchored VWAP, a close above anchored VWAP. Um, Whereas, I know there's some people I get emails and stuff from my own website of when am I going to buy Netflix? And it's just I'm not, and I just don't. I'm not. Not again. It's a very much a style thing. There are people out there who love to chase the lows, like they want to buy the thing that's tanking. Uh, and that can work if you've got a plan for sure. I just think it's a harder life than just go where the strength is kind of my mantra on everything. Is there any scans that you can suggest for anchored VWAP and following Shannon as well? But should probably have just read his book for the optimal place. His book's not out yet. I've been yelling at him. He has a book, and I highly recommend it. His old book is technical analysis using multiple time frames. I see I actually missed some, so I'll get back in just 1 second. So let's do this one first because it should be the easiest. Finding the bull flag scan. So new, and then there should be a market explorer. Oh, what I do? Yeah, so new, and then way down here is Market Explorer TIQ. If you don't have that, then you just need to go update to the latest beta on our site. As soon as you open that, let's just make this into a free floating window. You'll get something that looks like this, and it just says, hey, check out our user guide. But if you just right click in the middle, you get a menu that pops up. You go to server window, and then these are all the scans. So these are all pre-built canned scans. And again, the idea behind all of these is that I'm going to be able to build some stuff that could not be built within Trade Ideas. And you guys just get the output of my work without having to do anything, which sounds pretty badass. So if there's anything you guys have suggestions for, let me know. But yeah, so bull flag, bear flag, TI strengths here, Rsi Divergence, and some intraday ones. The inside days are interesting as well. You can also, if you go to the user guide, there is, might take a second to open, but there is an explanation for each of the scans and what the logic is there. Right, so the 820 cross and a little RSI divergence. So there's a little explanation here for what all these different scans are. Right, and the hope is that as we continue to build, we will just add more and more and more, and just make this massive list of really cool, like pre-built scans that are great for newer users that don't want to customize themselves. Or my hope is that I can build some really cool algorithms with it, right? Would anchor VWAP be used in divergence for playing and stop losses? You could, right? So if we go back to, I forget the name. What was that name that we were looking at? The thing with anchored VWAP is always the where to draw it, right? And that's what it's kind of the art. FBIO is what we were talking about. So if you said, for example, I'm going to draw the anchored VWAP from, like the most like recent high, I guess, which would be kind of right here. You could do that. And you could say, hey, I wanted to break the anchored VWAP, and then I'll buy it. And then when it breaks the anchored VWAP, maybe you draw another one from the low, right? Right now, it's not going to show anything because it's right there. But maybe you draw an anchored VWAP from there and just say, hey, if it breaks down under that, that's something that would make sense as well. Yeah, so you're looking for scans with the anchored. So yeah, his older book doesn't mention the anchored VWAP because that's something that he really got into after that book. Now, he does, if you want to tweet at him, he might block you, but just ask him where his new book is, because he is in the process of writing one all about anchored VWAP. I say he might block you because I've been bombing him too and saying, hey, where's my where's my book? I want to read it. But no scans as of yet. We are working on something in the Market Explorer that will allow me to build anchored VWAP scans. Now, we can go in the normal system. You can do up to 5 days back. So if you go in, let's just go into an alert window. And let's just search and type VWAP. So that's what we mean by VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So VWAP 1 is today's, VWAP 2 is today's and yesterday's, VWAP 3 is today's, yesterday's, the day before, that kind of thing. So you can go back up to 5 days. When it comes to swing trading, again, I'm just waiting for this one thing that they have to do within trade ideas in order to um, make it so that I can anchor VWAPs to certain points on the chart. So I could build, anchored VWAPs, and we're going to try to make them chart indicators, right? I could do anchored VWAPs from high of moves and low of moves and all these type of things. So, it's one of those things that um, I'm with you on that. Like, I'm pushing them. I would really love to have that to play with, but we just don't have anything quite yet. Yeah, sure, why not? You can blame me. If I lose all my money in the Market Explorer, you're the person playing. Yeah, go ahead. I'm in a different country. What are you gonna do? um, Possibility detecting cup and handles. I would love to do this. I just can't figure out how. That's my problem, right? Is so just so you guys know what the Market Explorer looks in the back end, it goes, okay, Michael, you can reference the high low open close of any candle going back any length of time up to like 10 years. Now go. So it's basically the equivalent of getting dropped in a sandbox without any tools and having to build stuff. So some stuff is very simple, right? So like there's no even indicators in there. It is just price and volume. I have built all of the indicators within trade ideas just by learning the mathematics online and then building it into the system. So pattern recognition is certainly the hardest because how do you do that? And that's the problem that we're having now, where it's like, again, I've got a castle with no tools, but how do I build the cup and handles? And it's something I'm going to keep trying on because I really like that pattern as well. But it's a bear. It's a bear to try to figure out. Again, indicators are easy because indicators are all derived based off math. So, building in the RSI and doing an RSI divergence is easy, right? Doing moving average crossovers, these are easy. And these are why I think that these type of things don't really work anymore. Because if I could build you a moving average crossover scan quickly, well, then that means that, IBM's Watson or DeepMind or one of these things could build every moving average crossover that could ever possibly exist on every single time frame and test it across every piece of data that ever existed in a matter of seconds. So, it's why I think that pattern recognition and things like these are so interesting, because it's kind of the last bastion in which algos haven't entered, because again, it's just way harder. So that's a very long way of saying I would love to, and really there's no limitation within the system. It's the limitation is within my mind, but it is one of the ones I'm rattling around all of the time. And if I can ever figure out how, I'll certainly be building that, 'cause it's just a very nice, for people who don't know, the cup and handle, right? Probably William O'Neill, How to Make Money in Stocks, great book, famous, made it. But you're looking for a stock in a bit of an uptrend, and then it does a bit of a pullback that looks like that, and then it puts in a bit of a bull flag at the top. The theory being, right, you've got some initial strength, some initial names in a stock that they like. You get this whole kind of profit taking accumulation type of thing that happens here, and then you get a little bull flag. So if it continues this way, you get involved right here with a stop right here in this pattern that had a very long time to digest everything that was going on, and then a nice push up. So the theory being that this is it may not be a super high win rate pattern, but they can be very, 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 very powerful because of everything that kind of occurred in this big rounded bottom that usually takes weeks or months to occur for a swing trading time frame, and probably takes a handful of days to a week or so from a swing trading time frame. And then you just get this little kind of pullback and you buy into the pullback, and away you go. And he had his what he called his can slim method. And with his can slim method, um, William O'Neill, what was his final returns? I know they were phenomenal. But there are still people today, there are very um, successful traders who still use his can slim method. So I would love to be able just to build in a can slim canned scan right into trade ideas. I think that would sell a lot of copies of trade ideas, and it's probably something I'd use as well. And it has to do with this cup and handle combined with um, some fundamental type things to make a, I want to buy a strong stock that, for a reason for it. But yeah, he's a very, very successful trader who's bred a bunch of very, very successful traders. So yeah, again, I would love to. I just need to figure out how to math a so um so yeah, just no scan for that as well. Uh 2 weeks, another wang's leg up. So I've been going through scans to find something like that. Two, not too sure what that, not too sure what you mean with that 2 weeks up. If you want to just reiterate that. What's the best cup and handle scanner within trade is? Your best bet right now is the bull flag scanner. Again, I want to build something more exact eventually. But again, it's just very hard to math that. So you go to the bull flag scanner, and then you just have to, because the handle in a bull flag right? So you got the cup, you get an uptrend, you get a cup, and you get the handle, right? And so the handle part is just a bull flag. So the best way to do it, the easiest way to do it for now, is to scan for bull flags and then see if you can spot the cup, if that makes sense, right? So you're basically, a bull flag is just a handle, and then you just scan through these and you try to look for the cup, right? So maybe you could consider, and again, the problem with pattern recognition is it's obviously very subjective, right? So you could say, for example, this might be your cup and your handle right here on ARKO. Right. So then again, if you can Google can slim method and you'll find all kinds of stuff. Like it's he published his book How to Make Money in Stock like 50 years ago or something. It's a very, very old method, right? Fellow Canadian Matt has some indicators in his system for cup and handle. It'll be interesting to look at. Do you have a link for that? A link for him? And so I'm at Michael Noss CMT on Trade Ideas. If you just want to at me, if you've got someone, because again, I've Googled, I've been all over the internet. Again, it would be something that I would love to. I think it could almost even be, I guess we're just talking trade ideas business with you guys, but that's fine. It's just me and my closest, 50 friends hanging out on the internet. But yeah, I think, there would be people out there who would just buy a CanSlim scanner on its own. I would probably use it as a way to find longer term trades as well. Because again, William O'Neill's returns were monumental. I can email it because this guide the system. I'm not sure I should put. Okay. And I don't want you to share anything that I don't want you to if the guy's work or anything. But there's my email for trade ideas. If you want to pop that. It's interesting. Again, it's like anything else. I think the power of William O'Neill and his trading and things like that was just immense risk reward, right? Because he was finding these stocks that had good fundamentals and everything, and then he was adding in this technical pattern. So he would, and again, it's all subjective. The pattern subjective, and also what he deemed as good fundamentals was suggest. But he wasn't just taking these on all stocks. He'd be like, "Oh, I really think that this company has a technology or whatever that could change the world." And then yes, and now it's setting up a cup and handle pattern. So now is when I'll get involved. And he was just one of those traders that he would buy something, right? So back to just this as an example, assuming that this was an acceptable cup and handle, right? He's buying this around 10 with a stop around 9, and he's holding this for ages, right? So his risk reward was on most of his trades was just immense, right? You're talking probably 20 to 1, 30 to 1, 50 to 1, that kind of stuff. Which again, that's the secret to trading. The guy who wants, oh, what's the next pick, or oh, this stock's going to go to the moon, or oh, this that guy you almost know is going to be done at some point in the near future. And this might be an example here of a cup and handle too. I find sometimes line charts like an easier way to identify these patterns. But right, you could say something like that could be a cup and handle. Right, and that's a college, university, and this thing could push up, right? So you're in it, what, like 31, you're out at 29 if you're wrong, so you're risking 2 and you're trying to get to 40. That's again 5 to 1 risk reward. If you crunch those numbers, you don't have to be right very often. Yeah, I'm liking these area charts that we have here. I don't know if it's just because I'm becoming an older man, but I just like the simplicity. As time goes on, I get more and more simple with my trading. All right, guys, we got another 15 minutes. If anyone would like to ask any questions about trading or trade ideas or any of that kind of stuff. Am I here most days at noon Eastern? No, I do Tuesdays. So one of the cool things, so every day at noon Eastern, there is somebody here. Um, right, there's somebody here every time. The cool thing is it's a different person every day. So I do Tuesdays, and then I think Steve does Wednesdays, and Andy does Thursdays, and Jamie does Fridays. But we like to break it up, because we understand that our system's complicated, right? And it's something we struggle with all the time because we want to give as many features as we can, but it's really hard to do that and make the system really, really bone simple, right? So we always want to make sure that there's people here ready for support. Chris Varley does sometimes after the close, so we make sure there's a lot of support here. The other thing that I like about it is that everyone trades differently, right? Barry's a hardcore day trader, doesn't really swing trade very much. I am a completely other way around. I don't day trade often. I have a kind of a very simple thing that I look for when it comes to swing trading. I do essentially a 2-day VWAP kind of strategy. I look for stocks that are in downtrends or uptrends. So something like this THC, I'd be interested in, and they're coming into their 2-day VWAP. I'm not lighting the world on fire or anything, but I'm putting a few bucks in my pocket every month, kind of deal. Most of my trading uh, is swing trading, right? And my swing trading is actually, if you compare that to like Steve and Andy's, I hold for way longer than they do. They consider swing trading generally like a 1 to 3 day hold, maybe. My goal is to get into something for a while. Like I just got out either yesterday or the day before, but I was in VTRX. I bought VTRX here in March. And I held that until basically when we cracked it down here until like mid to end of April. So I'm really long term. I'll let time decide, right? So yeah, you get a different person every time, and again, I'm here every Tuesday just to hang out, answer questions, that kind of thing. Let's take. Sometimes I use this simulator as just like my watch list. So I'm just gonna short 1,000 shares of not VTRX. What was it? THC. THC. But yeah, just full disclosure, guys, this is a simulator, right? I don't show this whole thing that you're looking at is a virtual machine, because the real system I work on, I'm doing some cool stuff in the back end and all kinds of stuff that you guys can't see. Plus, I don't want to get doxxed on the internet. When you exit a trade, do you market sell or limit sell? Well, if it's a stop loss, it's always a market. But what I usually do, so for me, again, being a boring old man, when it comes to swing trading, I do all of my work in the last hour of the day, like hour or yeah, last hour of the day, and then I usually work an hour after the close. So say 3 to 5 Eastern time is when I work on my scanning. The rest of the time I'm doing stuff for trade ideas, or I'm doing stuff. I have my own YouTube channel, that kind of stuff. I have my own website. I'm doing a lot of different things, but for me, and this is an old like Charles Dow-ism, right? The godfather of technical analysis. The closing price is the most important. So that's why I always say I want to see a close over this or a close under this or something, because I don't want it to. I don't really care if it breaks something intraday. I want to see a close. So if I'm when I'm looking at everything on the close, if I'm going to exit a stock because it's closing under an area, or it looks like it's going to close under an area that I think is that's my stop, that's where I want to get out, then I will exit. I will exit then. If not, right, if I think that there's a shot that um and I just want to put a stop out, I just want to leave a stop out, then that stop's always a stop market, right? If I exit anything myself, again, it's usually a limit. But when it comes to swing trading, those differences shouldn't make a big deal, right? That's the kind of that penny pinching type stuff matters way more for day traders, right? Day traders, I say you should really never use a market price. For swing traders, if you're trying to hold something for a month, you're not really going to care if you lost 4 or 5 cents in or out, one way or the other. How often will I review the back test of one of my scans? Generally weekly. I'll go through and I'll just make sure that the back test is kind of making sense to how the back test always worked, that type of thing. Um, I'm gonna and then cut that in half twice, and then I'm gonna do that on my own account, and then I'm gonna exit this. A lot of the times when you see me come in with positions like this, it's basically I've mirrored these on my own account. Like if I know I'm coming in on Tuesday, just because then I don't need to be. I can focus on the thing that I'm showing you guys, and I'll still know if one of my trades is going haywire. Other times, it's not always that. Other times, I just use it to test. I use it to test new theories or new ideas. So, like again, this short, I'm not currently short this in my own account, but I'm going to wait for I'm going to wait for an entry on this. And again, that's just simply a 2-day VWAP type of a play. Let's just draw this up in here. Yeah, so this would have to like break back down to 75 or so. But yeah, I think reviewing your back tests is good, but just make sure you don't do it too frequently. Like it's one of those things that you got to make sure that your back test is nothing's going to be right all the time, right? So whenever you back tested and whenever you build, well, if you back tested and your equity curves just like this, then you did something wrong, right? No equity curve is like that. So what I'm looking for, if my equity curve is like this in the back test and it's doing stuff like this, I just want to make sure that whatever's going on currently makes sense when you look at the kind of history, right? That none of it's just, that nothing is way worse than I've seen in the back test, and that if it's way better than I've seen in the back test, maybe I want to allocate more to it. That type of thing, right? But I find if you're tweaking things all of the time, you're kind of doing yourself a little bit of a disservice. as well. I am liking, man. The more I play with Anchored View app, I just saw something on Twitter that I thought that was interesting. If you draw an Anchored View app on the cues from the COVID lows, and let's just zoom in, right? You can see, I don't know why it does that. I gotta bring that up. But you can see, right? Important there, important there. And then if you do the same thing on the IWM, right? So again, these are from the COVID lows. So, right, obviously a pretty important area. And it's the same thing, right? So we're right there. So we're at an area that's going to be super, super important for all these markets. Under that, maybe we're in bear market kind of territory, but it's just such a weird market that, like I say that, like maybe we're going to go into a bear market. But if you've been holding like Peloton and Zoom for any length of time, you're not in a bear market. You're in a Great Depression, right? It really is a where are you at the time kind of thing.
Paging Mr. Michael Noss.
What's going on there, Barry?
Yeah, I mean, listening to you talking about you're right. I am a hardcore day trader. You're absolutely right. The odd swing every now and then, and I like your explanation about why we have different people in the 12 to 1. I mean, most of you guys are certainly swing traders, but even within the swing trading group, you're the long-term guy, and the other guys are maybe 2, 3 days. And yeah, so I think it is great to have different perspectives on the market.
Well, yeah, it's one thing I laughed when I heard JC from All Star Charts say it, and basically his quote was, you could solve all trading arguments on Twitter if everyone sat down and agreed that they have different time frames, right? Like, there's one group that could look at the stock and say this is insanely bullish, and another group that says this stock looks like crap. But it's just, are you planning on holding it for a day, a week, a month, a year, or 10 years, right? Those,
Exactly.
you're going to have a different outlook on. Andy, for example, we all know he likes bottom fishing, and that stuff just kind of kills me. But if you watch him, he'll be in and out. Like I think he's bottom fixed fishing a little bit of Netflix, but if this
Yeah, he's
works
in
for him,
Netflix. Yeah.
he'll be out later today.
Yeah.
At least part of it, and then he may hold some for, if he's right, he may hold some for a couple days. But it's not something
You
that
see,
I would do.
Michael, I think Andy is a closet day trader. Really.
I
He just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah, I just can't wait. I know I'm alone on this. I just can't wait till we go to 24-hour markets.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
I love it in crypto. I
Mhm.
trade a lot of crypto and I love it just because it removes, like, that's no longer a thing anymore. Am I a day trader, a swing trader, or an investor, whatever? It's you buy the thing and you hold it until it stops going your way, right? It doesn't matter if that's 10 minutes or 10 days or, um, 10 hours or whatever. And soon, because the only reason that most people exit right now at the end of the day is because the market closes and your stop doesn't work and you don't know what's going on. But I've seen a couple of those rippers that you get in, Barry, that if you could set a trailing stop and like walk away, you
Mhm.
probably would make way more money knowing if you didn't have to exit at the end of the day for comfort. If you said, hey, I don't know what the one is de jure today, but there's always one. that you buy, and sometimes in the after hours it's ripping, and then the next day it's ripping. And if you bought it and scalped out some and just put a trailing stop on the rest and walked away, there's probably times there where that would make you a hell of a lot of money.
Possibly. My problem with that maybe though is that putting a trailing stop on some of these that move so quickly, I'd be always afraid, maybe I get a partial fill and then it just blows right down through that stop, because these are, I'm in these things and some of them, not all of them, but some of them, they're low floats and then they're just going to move so rapidly that I'd be always, by the way, guys, I'm just in this NUTX. Speaking of one, Michael, go.
And UTX?
NUTX,
Oh.
yes, yes. NUTX. It just exploded.
But yeah, so say you buy, 500 shares of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, if you'd be very happy, and then, you have 100 shares left over, and the market's not going to close. So hopefully at Trade Ideas soon we'll have like, hey, if this closes below, 80 MA or something like that on the 5 minute chart, get me out. And then
Right.
you just walk away with the last. I used to know, I still do, a day trader called Wayne, um, and he had what he called the Wayne 100, where he would, if he ever got in a big winner, he would always hold the last 100 shares until at least the end of the day, or a break even stop.
Okay,
And
cool. Yeah.
he went through and he calculated about 6 months worth of return with his Wayne 100, and he made almost as much off that as he did from trading. And I think he was about a 500 share to 1,000 share trader. And what he noticed was that sometimes just leaving that last bit and walking away for a day or two ended up making almost as much as his initial lot, just because, every now and then these things just get stupid, right? I think what happened was he got a few of those stocks that went from $5 to $50 or something, um, overnight or over the next few days. And it's just an interesting way to think about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? By the way, I'm just sold out of my NT. I'm actually looking to go short now. I'm actually
Oh,
looking to go
jeez.
short. I was amazed that there were even shorts available. It's funny because I was looking at shorts available for NUTX about, I don't know, an hour ago. They're about 500,000. Now they're only 50,000. It's a great way at Interactive Brokers anyway, it's real time. I can see how the shorts are being snapped up. And, I'm not saying it's the same with every other broker, but it's sort of a very interesting way to trade around how these things are what sort of short positions are still being held in IB.
Yeah, I wish there was, and I know we're just not, we'll probably never be there, but I wish there was like a central repository
Sorry,
for
Michael,
short.
I'm short now that. So,
um, yeah, I just wish there was like and maybe it's something that we look at when we connect to enough brokers. If we could pull in that data, I think that would be super interesting,
mhm.
to
Well,
play
yeah,
with.
because I'm looking right now and I'm seeing how much is being short covered right now in IB. I mean, IB is just one broker. I get it, but I mean, it could be indicative of other brokers too. And I'm just
Yeah, I would say
watching
most of them
how
are
much is
probably
being
moved the
covered
same.
right now.
Yeah,
Pretty
and
cool.
again, I think most of them would probably, a lot of these, and I know this from, and Barry, I worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years before I came here. And
Hmm.
most of these hedge funds, especially the algo ones, have all of the different brokers. They don't trade at a broker, especially since 2000, after
Right.
2008. Everyone got paranoid that, if they had their money in a broker and that broker went under, it was gone. So most
Yeah.
of them will have 4 or 5 brokers, and then they have a system that, I want to buy 100,000 shares of Apple, and it splits it across the 5 brokers and takes the trade. So I
Right.
would say it's pretty common there. But all right, Barry, I'm gonna let you get into it.
Yeah.
Do I do anything here? Do you do anything
Nope.
here or what?
Nope. Nope. You just have to leave. Goodbye.
Okay. Have a good one.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Bye bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye bye. I almost ended the broadcast. Oops. Okay. Bye.
Don't end the broadcast. Okay.
Almost. Thank God it had like an "Are you sure" button. All right. I'm gonna leave
Exactly.
before I break anything. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye. All right, guys, I was actually talking with Michael in our YouTube room, and it was kind of cool because I was doing some kind of live trading with the NUTX, both on the high side and the short side. Very, very cool. We were talking about just different aspects, and all of a sudden, NTUX it just showed up. I went long, and then I was amazed to see that there were some shorts available, so I went short. So here we are now. This could be really interesting going forward because I think I saw that the next high looking left was around, yeah, around 930. So there is still some room for the NUTX. So let me get my music going again. Here we go. And I'm still, kind of holding out that NKTX may take out later on anyway at 17. I've got some. It tried a couple of times, and I've reset my alerts. It's not that far below 1670, and we get some volume to push it right through 17. Get rid of my message. All right, guys, I am now just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much. And I see Netflix is still kind of trying to hold on to that 200. Okay, I see this Charge Enterprises. CRGE is on the move here, and yeah, it's got room. It's got a little bit of room. It's at 756 now. I mean, the next high is just a little bit over 8, so it's got a little bit of room. What is the market doing? Man, boy, this NKTX, just based on what the money they raised, to me anyway, it's just kind of a really interesting story here. And especially with all these brokers putting on these, well, some of them are just ridiculous price targets, but it's eye catching. That's what traders look at. I don't think anybody thinks that this is going to be an $82 stock, but they were able to raise a lot of money at a pretty decent level, and it's above that financing level. So could be interesting, going forward. I would say it like that. I mean, going forward. Well, Michael, you got to read the news on Sava. I mean, there was all sorts of claims that their testing was fraudulent. Okay, their results were fraudulent. That's why it fell. Alcoa, I haven't looked at Alcoa. I know Alcoa had a little bit of a pop yesterday, after a couple of days down after earnings. Yeah, I don't see what you see here. I mean, to me, it's just a sort of a choppy one, but yeah, this NUTX is still no news on it, right? Still no news on this one. On a day when the company seems to not have issued any news or releases, there's your news on it for NUTX. So yeah, I mean, even a day where the market is just, everything is down. I mean, trade ideas, we can still find these little nuggets. They're not easy. Not saying they're easy, but my goodness, I mean, they're trading on their own. This is an alpha stock. It's trading on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Man, there's our way down here now. This was not shortable for me. So, okay, here's an example of something that later on, I mean, I'm not a big pullback player, as you know, but if this all of a sudden catches a bid, in other words, you start to see some big volume coming in and it breaks out of this area, hey, I mean, it could have a run. I'm not saying it's going to get back up to 535, but who knows? Maybe it gets into the mid fours, a little over four, up into this area, and it's basing nicely. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stick an alert, say a price alert, right around 390 or so, and see if it takes it out on volume. If I get the price alert, I'll click on it, and then I'll see what's happening and see if it's a volume. If volume is the reason, well, I guarantee it'll be the reason, because why would it go up unless there's some volume coming in? But how much volume? All right, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts right now, so I'm just going to kind of concentrate on, say, the NUTX. Don't really have to look at NKTX because it's now starting to drift down. So, I mean, this may not take out 17 today. It may never do it. Meanwhile, guys, look at NUTX. Well, as long as he doesn't sell all at once, blue collar, I guess. Look at the volume that came in. Excuse me. I mean, that's the biggest volume bar of the day for NUTX. Look at the volume. All about volume. And there's really, I mean, what did I say yesterday? Or not yesterday, earlier on. 930 is the next high looking left. 260 million, seven. Wow. So really, that float should be less than that if you subtract. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's a whole bunch of shares. Is this the one you said there's 800 million shares outstanding? I'm just concentrating on the NUTX, guys. Again, I'm just watching the NUTX to see if I can take out that high again. All right, I've traded some of this out now. I'm really waiting to see if I can take out this high here, this NUTX. All right, let's take a look at that JZXN. That terrible symbol. Okay, I see what you're looking at here. A little rounded bottom here coming up. The big pop pre-market 258. Maybe trying to come back. Well, it is trying to come back. Did have some news. There was some news. No, I'm not trading anything in the simulator. No. Okay, guys, just I wish there was some news on this, just something. All right, totally out now, guys. Totally out. Now, my next level will be up here on 9 if it took it out, depending on the volume. But look at the volume. Look how the volume increased. It's all about the volume. Look at that volume increase right there. Took it from 750 just about up to 9. Well, I think I even have, well, I had an alert. Let's see, I'll put an alert at 796 underneath it. Maybe hit it that way too if it really starts to fall. Common 643. Okay, thank you. So we subtract. So this 302 could be about right then. It's an amazing move for that float. Amazing. Ah, sugar. I'm not in it anymore. Boy, it is a whippy one though. Like right up to that high, right to the penny almost. 891, 892, right to the penny. And Netflix testing that 200 level again. We're at 211 cents, $200, 11 cents. I have not seen, I haven't even looked at Bitcoin for the last little while. What is it doing? Ooh, the ETF. What is Bitcoin now? Under 40,000, I'm assuming? 38,000 or so, or am I in the ballpark? 38, oh, not bad. 38, 340. Thank you, William. MCRB, I know I had this on my watch list. Wow, this is almost an all-time low. Another almost all-time low, MCRB. Let's take a look at it. Caught in mid-sentence. Ah, I didn't get it. I did not get it. Went too quickly. This time it went too quickly. I could not get it just over 9. Sugar! Look at this thing go, guys. Wow. This is alpha stock. Alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market's doing. It's trading completely on its own. And with no news. Look at this. Oh, sugar. I missed it by just that much. Well, there's no news today. No news that I can find today on NUTX. Yeah, the spread on that one wasn't terrible. It just went too quickly. That's all. Oh well, there's always another one. Well, that's a heady call. So well, hard to believe it'll get down to $50 or 10, but hey. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, there will be another one, so I'm not going to get too upset. There will be another one. Just before that happened, I was, oh, it's going to take out 10. It's going to take out 10, guys. Or get very close to it anyway. I mean, it's definitely instant gratification. Now that is even actually, that's over the high that I thought might stop at 930. That didn't even, not even close. The next high looking left is 1250. 1250. Oh, okay, I gotta go outside. Oh, brother. I had my alert set here right at 895. all poised to take it, and it just exploded way too quickly. Oh well. What do they do? New Tax Health. Let's see what they even do. Technology-enabled healthcare services. All right. Out of Texas. Okay. I mean, just no news. Here's the EVOC, guys, on its way back down. I mean, it's still up 131%, 185 million have traded. All right, where did this come from yesterday? This was what, a 450 stock, so it's doubled now, basically doubled, a little more than a double. With that float, that is sensational. I mean, even if this float is not exactly correct, it's certainly not a low float situation. So that's what makes this pretty sensational. Maybe. And again, the volume, all about the volume. In this volume bar, what time is it now? 127. I mean, this volume bar is going to be the biggest one. So it has another 2.5 minutes to close. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, and listen, and understand, well, there, okay, now, if anybody looked to short this one, that's a nice 70-cent move. Sometimes I do, Garrett. Sometimes I do. Not with a stop. I know where my stop's going to be if I get it. I don't auto trade at all. Okay, so I don't do that. But sometimes I do. The problem with this one, it just went way too quickly. What I typically do is just put a price alert at a level, usually a little bit underneath the level that I think I want to be interested in it, and then it pops up on my screen. I can click on it, and then I decide if I want to take it immediately. Okay. Um, but in cases like this, it just went way too quickly. But I'm just not going to, because I don't trust these. I mean, let's face it, I don't really trust them. So I'm not just going to put in some kind of a big order at a price that I think it could get to and then take it. I have done that in the past, but I typically don't do that anymore. I mean, obviously in this particular case, it would have been awesome, but hey, next time I do that, it can pop up and then come right back down and there I am. No, all I have to do is say, we think this is going to $81. you know Now I'm sure if you actually read, I mean, I'm sure they have to have some kind of a text or some kind of a reason that they're putting on, like an $81 price target on an NKTX as an example. Mizuho. I'm sure they come up with some reason. They go, well, if this happens and this happens and this happens, we think this could be an $81 stock. Okay. I mean, does anybody really believe that this is going to be an $81 stock? But all we can do as, call us day traders, intraday traders, whatever you want, is just try to take advantage of it. We're not creating the pump. All we're doing is just kind of following along. We don't create it. We just sort of follow it along. And I always say, try to take maybe the middle 2/3 of the move and I'll be happy. You know what else is coming up again? Is Sky H, guys. Sky H is coming up right here, that little 11 break. I think I had an alert. I think I got rid of all my price alerts. So 1124, that takes out that 1124 on volume. But look at the volume. There's no volume. There's no, I mean, all that look, the 15-minute chart is just says, decreased for the balance of the day. Doesn't mean it can't pop up on like not high relative volume, but I just prefer not to do it. Yeah, the Tulip Mania. What is that? The 1600s or the 1500s, 1600s? Way back then. Well, guys, this little one from the AI is starting to work. This MORF, it's a short 34.28, 33.23 now, and accelerating on the way down. This is a earnings no, on the 28th, in a couple of days before the market opens on the 28th. And we have a halt. QGen just got halted. Now, this is a big one, and this is halted because of news. QGen just got halted because of news, and it is an earnings play tomorrow. I wonder if they're going to say we're not going to release tomorrow, or they're going to guide right now, or something like that. Because this is an earnings release after hours tomorrow, so but they've just halted this. Boy, this NUTX is not over. Not in it. Oops. You took out 10 again. This has held up pretty well. This CYN, another crazy low float situation. CYN held up pretty well. I mean, it's been choppy, but the trend is up, and it's just a little bit. No, it's above yesterday's low or high, sorry, and it's above, of course, the previous days. Take a look left, and the next area, yeah. Well, I mean, it's got to get through three. It's got some, challenge to get through three and then through all this, which is around 330. What do you think they're going to announce, William Kujan? They're going to delay their earnings or something to do with their earnings tomorrow? Oh, you think they're going to release earnings? Oh, really? Okay. Maybe they were leaked. Is that possible? Because why would they? This is a big company, well, pretty big company. Usually they're pretty bang on. They're pretty bang on. If it says April 27th, usually that is it for a company like that. So yeah, maybe it was leaked. Yeah, no, we know it's a news. Yeah, it's not a volatility halt. It's a news halt. All right, this one is just showing up here. RNGR just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And what do we have here? Okay, 7. There's the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. 897. Yeah, so 845 actually is right there. 845 is the next low, and then 752. So this has got a little bit of room. 752 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for RNGR. So it's sitting about $1 above that. Terrible spread. Yeah, 8. Yeah, it's not a good spread at all. Yeah, 850, 866 is they're making it hard to trade it. So I'm just going to forget about it. All right, guys, so in about 20 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. So before I do that, I just want to, again, remind people about the test drive. People ask us if we have a free version. We do not. This is about as close as you're going to get, though. If you click on the test drive link, you notice it says 16 to 29. So you click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So you can sign up right now. What you're doing, if you sign up now, you're pre-registering. It does not start until the 16th. Now, the 16th is a Monday, but usually we give access to the program about an hour after the market closes the Friday before. So what would that be, the 13th? So you usually have access to the program on the 13th then, and you'll be able to play with it on the weekend, and then to get set up for when the test drive actually starts with live data, and that's 10 days, 10 trading days. It'll cost $11.11. It'll be just as if you took out a premium subscription. The only difference is you cannot auto trade anything live. You know, if you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade live, you can't, nor the AI. You can use a simulator to auto trade, you know, your strategy or the AI, but you just can't auto trade live. Okay, that's the only difference. And again, so what you're doing here is you are pre-registering. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing. We don't put you into a subscription. We don't. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. This is also open if you have our standard, our standard service, and you want to try our premium service for those 10 trading days. You can do so also. Okay. So we do this usually. I guess it's going to be 4 times a year. I think the last one was in January. And look at the hour, guys. They did a heck of a job pumping that NTUX and NUTX. A heck of a job, really. With no news, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't think it's, this is not a Reddit type stock with that float, so I really don't know where it came from. This is not over. I mean, there's a little pullback on the 5 minute 3 bar pullback, and I mean, when I say it's not over, I'm not saying it's going to, go to 11 or 12 or any number, but it is not. It's not completely finished moving higher. Holy smokes, guys. Well, I want to join their group. My goodness. I mean, what a amazing. Just when you think it was, probably going to be over a little bit right there. Well, at some point, I guess this will be a killer short, but you've got to be really careful because I mean, these are just popping on huge amounts of volume pouring in. Who are you talking about, William? Somebody else was talking about buying, or you're not talking about me telling people to buy NUTX. I think if you are, I'm assuming you're kidding. Okay, thank you. Remember, I don't tell anybody to do anything. Ah, okay, okay. I'm actually surprised that it wasn't halted again. I guess that move right there from 948. Well, that's on a 5 minute. On a 5 minute, I guess it just wasn't strong enough. No TRD. I mean, and then that's the amazing thing. I do think the float is high. I mean, that's what we think we've got a somewhat of a handle. We don't think it's a crazy low float situation, but if you go to a FinViz, they don't even have it listed as a stock. So, I think somebody went to Yahoo and what did they say, 500 million? Oh, good grief. I've got my basic new highs and lows. I've got text to voice. So she is just saying NTU. Look at this NTUX over and over and over again. Took out 12. Oh, wow. So, okay, so we are right. We've actually got the right float then, according to the filings too. So, all right, well, let's take a look left again. The next high, 1250, I believe, is the next high looking left. Of course, traders, all they're doing, they're just seeing this 52. That's all they're seeing. I wish I knew something a little bit more because it was not an IPO. I don't know if it was a SPAC. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Just watch it go up. And don't leave your computer. If you're in this one, do not leave your computer. Hey, listen, I don't doubt the fact that it's going to drop $2 at some point. I just don't know where that point is. Until that happens, I'll continue to hold some. You know, I've traded it out. Of course, I'm not crazy. I just don't know where. Over and over and over. I've got this. I've got the symbol crashes going here. I've got the text to voice here. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm sure that would have been in the momentum scanner. No, I don't think it's a Kathy stock. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, a break under 13 gets me out of most of this. Just in case it breaks under 13, that I've got to go to my marketing meeting soon. So, and guys, don't lose sight of the NKTX either. NKTX. We will not be nearly as exciting as the other one, but you know, I still have my alert set up here around 17 to see if it breaks through. No, that's just telling you where the wow, it just got halted. Just got halted. Well, I can't. I mean, I'm not going to lose even if it dropped, unless it drops to $2. Wow. Well, guys, you may be lucky, Ryan, but wow, look. I mean, it depends. I mean, they salted at 1347. You know, this is going to flip around right now, projected 1414, but of course this can change. If our GE, well, yeah. All right. Well, if this is a 5 minute halt, we will open at 157 and 43. So that's about 3 minutes from now. If it's a 5 minute halt. Well, okay. See, now I can leave my computer. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I see the NKTX. Tried again to get through that level, not quite. Okay, in less than a minute, this could open. I'm all set on my sell button. I don't like the way this is shaping up, 1350, so I'm all set on my sell button. If it's a 5-minute halt. All right, we have about 20 seconds if this is a 5-minute halt for this one to open. And well, it's hard to say. I mean, it says 1347. There's no way it's going to open here. So anyway, I'm just going to be set. All right, we're open. All right, I sold most of my stock, and it looked like it's going to hold down, or wow, I was going to say halt down. I'm completely out of it now. Completely out of it. I thought it was going to get halted on the way down. Whew. I mean, it may not be over, but I'm done. So I got to head into this marketing meeting. So let me just let me put my announcement in as I gather my thoughts. Oh my goodness! And it popped up. Oh wow! It popped up, guys. Came right back up. Boy, what a candle that was. 1168. Basically a $2 candle, just like that. All right, guys. So I'm gonna put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back, and I was just going to I was going to put this in text, but the NKTX is exactly the reason why I wait. I keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to see if there's going to be the break I want, and it saves me a lot of pain because I have that blue line up here, just around $17 for NKTX. I mean, I don't know if it's going to take out 17. My thought is it might, but you know what? I wasn't going to say to myself, you know what? It's at 1690. Just take it now because we know what's going to break 17. It saves me a lot of mental anguish by not doing things like that. You just wait, wait, wait. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. You just put a price alert in. And if it doesn't trigger, just move on. Well, you don't even move on. There's nothing to move on from because it didn't trigger. Now it could trigger later on, but I'm telling you, to me anyway, it saves you a lot of grief by trying to anticipate a break. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. When I read that book, I thought it was. I didn't realize he was a real person. I'm embarrassed to say that. I thought it was kind of a caricature. I did not realize he was a real person, Jesse Livermore. I still have the book somewhere, but I read it so many years ago. Yeah, I mean, and I harp on the fact that that's why we've got these price alerts. So simple. Just put the price alert. Then you don't have to stare at the chart anymore. And if it happens, it happens. You got the alert. You click on it. You see what's happening. And if you like it, you take the trade. If not, I mean, just because you get a price alert doesn't 100% means you have to take a trade, of course. But man, oh man, it saves me so much of this, wondering should I or shouldn't I, should I or shouldn't I? So guys, it is now 2:45, so I've got another 15 minutes or so on the mic, and I'll keep the room open until 3:30. No YouTube room today, and for the balance, actually, my Chris is in Washington for the next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at a CMT conference, symposium, whatever you want to call it. So there's no YouTube from 3:30 to 4:30 for the balance of this week. So before I do put myself on mute, one last look at my homepage. Again, lots of information. Okay, so I'm just going to go over it very briefly. Okay, so you want to take out a subscription right here. Here's a promo code you can use for 15% off. My suggestion, if you don't know that you 100% want trade ideas, start off with our standard service for a month and see if you like it. Okay, you'll get the 15% off the first month. Okay, you'll get the 15% off the first month, and there's no problem. If you want to maintain a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. But if at any point you do want to upgrade to an annual, yeah, we'll do it at the 15%. And again, you should always do this. The first thing you do if you just get trade ideas, do the let's get started. All right, it's about 30 minutes long, 10 segments. It'll probably save you a lot of grief. Episode 1 of 10, download and installation, etc. Okay, so please do that before you do anything else. Trade of the week. This week there was really not a trade of the week. The suggestion was to stay in cash, but it is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. and all the education is here. We've got a great user guide. So once you've done this, once you've done the getting started, then you go to the user guide. It's all segmented. You want to learn more about alert windows or top list windows, etc. It's all there. Daily support. So 12 to 1 when I take my break. And again, for the balance of this week, let's see, Chris is not in YouTube. He's doing his Zoom thing today. So no YouTube for the balance of the week. When I say no YouTube, I am of course I'm monitoring the YouTube or moderating YouTube room. I'm talking about between 12 and 1 and then between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics from Michael Noss, okay? So lots of free information. If you're new to trading, and this is a great little series, what is a stock? And then of course, if you want my scans, you need to be a subscriber. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So a lot of information here, and they get started, education and my scans. Save my link, then you can look at my, then you can look at everything whenever you want. If it's in there, it'll get updated the same. It's just a symbol list. So if it's in there, let me just check though. I don't even know. I haven't looked at the web-based version for a long time. Let me just see if I can even get it up and running here. But just give me a moment, Lonesome. I'm just trying to see if it's. Okay, maybe I'm on an old version of the web-based version. I don't even see it as a channel. So maybe I'm on an old version. I haven't updated for a while. So I'm looking here. So I don't see Trader's Eye here at all. Do you have it? Maybe it's because I'm on an old version. But it should get updated. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, it's just a symbol list. It gets grabbed. There's nothing. So Lonesome, again, those of you the web-based version, is it there? Is Trader's Eye a channel in the web-based version? I mean, I can tell you which ones are in there now. These ones. Oh, okay. In that case, it's not. Then it's not there. Okay, it's not there. But all you have to do is just save this. You know, save the top list window, and it's just a symbol to say you don't have to worry about Trader's Eye. It gets updated. So that's why you don't have to have the channel up and running. You just need, you know, say the top list window. Okay. What a delicious short that was for you guys. I couldn't do it because I was sort of getting ready for this marketing meeting, but what a great short. Not ready for it. It was right in the middle of the marketing meeting. Exactly. As long as that symbol list is attached to, you know, a top list window or an alert window, yeah, it gets updated. Nothing for you to do. I'm actually trying to see if this was a better, no, I guess this was right now it's a better long, 778 to 13, 13 down to 965, but falling. Hey, no problem. And still a fabulous book, Lonesome Dove. Best book ever. I love your handle. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So again, I'll be putting myself on mute. I'm always here, so I will hop on the mic if I have to. But if you have any questions, good time to ask is now. Most of them don't work. Give me an example of one, because unless I've done something stupid and accidentally deleted, give me an example of one that doesn't work, okay? So out of here are the scans I'm sharing. Give me an example of one that's not working. Okay, well, that's the only list I share. That's the only list I share. So when you say most of the scans that I share don't work, this is it. So I'm not sure, maybe, but just to make sure, I'll just pick one at random. Okay, let's do Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. Yeah, it's there. If it weren't loading, then it would tell me error or something. So it's there. I just picked one at random, of course, but they should all be working. Oh my gosh, I haven't. I should get rid of that drive room. Yeah, that's super old. I used to, before I was doing it this way. This is years ago almost. Yeah, scans that I share. I don't even know what's here. Yeah, forget about that. Go to my homepage. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Most people don't even know about the room drive. You're the first person to mention that in months and months. Anyway, just go to my homepage, and then when you click, and then go to the scan section, okay? All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement here up and, well, okay, I'm not in a meeting anymore, but okay, don't see any other questions, so I'll put myself on mute. And again, there's no YouTube today or for the balance of the week, so, but I will put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm going to shut it down now. So thank you for all of the help again today. Another exciting day. I'm just going to get my script together, closing the room. Go. Okay, so I shall open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.